Flu vaccines are important now more than ever for your family and your community. Hillsborough County leaders, along with local health and safety experts, are urging residents to get their flu vaccines. A flu vaccine this season can help reduce the burden on healthcare systems that are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and save medical resources for care of COVID-19 patients. Reducing illness and hospitalization from the flu helps keep everyone safer. To prevent the flu and help stop the spread of COVID-19, here are a few tips you should know. Get your flu shot. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and then throw it away. Clean high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboards and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Wear a face covering when around others or if social distancing isn't possible. Stay home if you're feeling sick. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items and spaces with those close to you, and seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. You can help save lives by reducing the spread of viruses. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for up-to-date information. Hillsborough County, along with local and federal health experts, are encouraging residents to wear cloth face masks to cover their nose and mouth when in public to help stop the spread of COVID-19. There are not enough surgical face masks for everyone, and available ones should go to healthcare workers and first responders. It's easy to make your own face mask out of common household items. The CDC and U.S. Surgeon General say you can use an old scarf, bandana, or make one using a t-shirt plus 2 rubber bands. Cut part of the t-shirt into a square, fold it from the bottom to the middle, then from the middle to the top. Repeat those steps one more time, then add a rubber band to each side. Bring each end to the middle, then secure around your face. They should fit snugly but comfortably. Cloth face coverings should not be placed on children younger than 2 years of age or people who have trouble breathing. The CDC emphasizes that while wearing a face mask, you should still practice social distancing. Stay 6 feet apart from others and continue other preventative measures such as frequent hand washing. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for up-to-date information.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clogs are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
I now call the meeting of the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate to order. Welcome to Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing for the red light camera enforcement appeals. When addressing the magistrate, please state your name, address, and speak clearly into the microphone. At this time, I will ask you to please silence all electronic devices. I would like to introduce the staff present. Corporal Laura Pekarik, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Morgan Spalgan, Citizen Board Support. Sonia O. Rodriguez, Manager, Citizen Board Support. I am Dr. Thomas Santarlis, the Special Magistrate, appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to hear these appeals. Paul Johnston is the Senior Assistant County Attorney, and Michael Streeter is the Recording Secretary. The basic process for this hearing is as follows. Ms. Rodriguez will conduct the oath of witness. Corporal Laura Pekarik of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office will make an opening statement that applies to all the appeals on the agenda. Your case will be announced, and you must come forward to the podium. Corporal Laura Pekarik from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office will present the evidence on your case. You will be allowed to rebut that evidence and explain what you believe has occurred. I will close the hearing and announce a decision. I may ask questions to allow other witness testimony if necessary. By law, you also have 30 days from the date of my order to appeal my decision to the Circuit Court under Florida Statute 162.11. Any person who decides to appeal the decision of the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate with respect to any matter considered this meeting will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is based. If you have any questions, these rules are outlined by Florida Statute 316.0083, the Mark Wandall Traffic Safety Program. At this time, I'd like to approve the minutes of the previous CESM meetings, October 9th, 2020, red light hearing, and October 23rd, 2020, vehicle for hire, trespass towing hearing. Now, there are two potential outcomes in your case. One is that the case may be dismissed outright. I have no problem dismissing your case as long as there's legal justification to do so. I have no allegiance to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, nor do I have an allegiance to you. I'm going to make a decision basically on the facts that are submitted, the testimony, the video, the still photography, and any other information that you wish to provide. I do not have access to your driving record, and I have not seen any of this evidence prior to today. If your case is dismissed, you have no further legal or financial obligation regarding this matter. The other option is that the case be upheld. If it is upheld, I'm going to go ahead and read an order that will apply to all the cases on the docket today. If I find that in your case, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld, I will order the violator to pay the red light penalty fine of $158 plus the administrative cost of $75. The total fine and cost of $233 must be paid within 30 days of this order. Failure to pay the outstanding fine will result in an administrative hold with the state of Florida, and you may not obtain a license plate or revalidation sticker for any vehicle you own until the past due amount is fully paid. Now, if your case is upheld, there's three ways to make a payment. One option is online, a second option is by phone, and a third option is by mail. Please note there are no local venues to pay this fine. You must choose one of the three options previously outlined. Ms. Rodriguez, can we move to the administration of oath to the defendants and witnesses?
Those of you that will be given testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Corporal, please proceed with your opening statement.
Morning. All right, I'm going to try to read this entire thing with this mask on, but if it gets a little garbled, I may take it off since I have two layers between you all and myself. My name is Corporal Pekarik. I am employed by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff and certified by the state of Florida as a law enforcement officer. All of the red light violations that will be heard today were captured electronically with camera equipment maintained by American Traffic Solutions, ATS. Evidence of each violation will include 3 still images taken of the violating vehicle and may include a video. The following steps are taken after a violation is captured electronically. Number 1, ATS processes each violation by cropping and zooming in on one of the still images to accurately view the license plate of the vehicle. Number 2, the vehicle's registered owner's information is retrieved by ATS from the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Number 3, the images are initially reviewed by ATS pursuant to directives and conditions established by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to make an assessment whether a violation has occurred. If the violation does not meet the conditions established by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, it is rejected by ATS and no further action occurs. Number 4, ATS potential violations are forwarded to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, where a sworn law enforcement deputy reviews the images to determine if a violation has occurred. If the violation is rejected by the deputy, no further action occurs. Number 5, deputy-approved violations cause ATF to issue a notice of violation to the registered owner of the vehicle. The notice is mailed via first-class postage to the address provided by DHSMV, Vehicle Registration Records. Number 6, Florida statutes provide that the owner of the violating vehicle is responsible and liable for paying the violation unless a properly prepared exemption affidavit is submitted within 60 days after the date of issuance of the notice of violation. Number 7, the registered owner has 60 days to pay the fine or to file an appeal of the notice of violation with ATS. ATS then sets the case for hearing with the county, which is the proceeding here today. Number 8, the first image that you're going to see shows the vehicle prior to crossing the stop bar while the traffic signal was red, the calculated speed the vehicle was traveling when approaching the intersection, the length of time the traffic light had been in the red phase at the time of the photo, and the lane number the vehicle was in. Number 9, B, the second image, shows the vehicle past the stop bar with the red light illuminated along with the information provided in the A-frame image. And number 10, the speed is calculated using a time distance equation as the vehicle passes over magnetic sensors in the roadway. Number 11, the camera systems are installed and maintained by ATS, not the Sheriff's Office. Each camera system conducts a daily self-diagnostic test to ensure the components are operating properly. All of the data and information for these violations is from their equipment. Number 12, at this time, I move into evidence for the purposes of each individual hearing today. 2 exhibits as business records of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. First, Exhibit A is a contractual agreement between ATS and HCSO, and the second exhibit is the business rules questionnaire between ATS and HCSO. These documents together establish the procedures through which ATS reviews and processes potential red light camera violations pursuant to the directives and conditions established by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
The exhibits have been accepted into evidence. Please call the first case.
Item number 1, notice number 1722000. I apologize, I will start over. Page 2, item number 1, notice number 1722000139301. Emery Dolphus Lawson, and someone is here in person.
Good morning, Mr. Lawson. The corporal is going to go ahead and present her
Emery
case
D.
first,
Lawson,
and then you'll have an
9802
opportunity to
Blue Palm
respond
Way.
to that.
Could you say that again, Doctor?
Good morning, Mr. Lawson. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Emery D. Lawson. Address is 9802 Blue Palm Way, Tampa, Florida.
And the zip code, sir?
33610.
Thank you, sir. Corporal, go ahead.
Citation 1722. Citation 1722000139301. This violation occurred on March 27th, 2020 at 12:13 p.m. at the intersection of Belshulls Road and Bloomingdale within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.8 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Echo India Juliet Kilo 07. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Emery Dolphus Lawson. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.071, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Lawson, do you have any testimony today?
Not on that one, sir, but I have 2 more red lights at the intersection with a lot of construction going over there on Bell Shores. And at one point, those
Okay,
lights
sir.
was inaccurate.
We're going to take them one case at a time. On this particular one, do you have any testimony or anything you want to submit?
No.
Okay. Corporal, do you have anything further?
No, sir.
I find that notice number 1722000139301, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Item number 2, notice number 1722000144301, Emery Dolphins Lawson. Someone is present.
Good morning, Mr.
Again, just
Lawson. I
please
know
state
you
your name and address
just
for
did
the
this.
record.
Emery Dolphus Lawson, 9802 Blue Palm Way, Tampa, Florida, 33610.
Corporal, go ahead, please.
Citation 1722000144301. This violation occurred on April 11th, 2020 at 5:14 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Belshulls Road and Bloomingdale Avenue. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 2.4 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. And the second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Echo India Juliet Kilo 07. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Emery Lawson. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit the violation exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Corporal, what was the red light time?
2.4 seconds before he entered the intersection.
Okay. Mr. Lawson, go ahead with your testimony, sir.
The light really need to be checked, sir. It stays green for about 3 to 4 seconds. It really need to be looked at.
Are you suggesting that there's a malfunctioning in the red light timing system?
Yes, it's a lot of construction going over there. Lots of digging, correct.
Do you have any evidence
yeah.
to support your testimony, sir?
Could you repeat that, Doctor?
Mr. Lawson? Mr. Lawson, do you have any evidence to support the assertion that there is a malfunction in the traffic light?
I tried to give DOT a call and let somebody know something's wrong with the light. I even gave the court a call, and they said it was my responsibility to do my own research. Or to
Yes,
get
sir.
someone
You
out there
have
to
the
look at
ability
it.
to.
Yep. That's what I was
You have the
told over
ability
the
to
phone.
submit a subpoena to get information that you might need for your case. Have you done that?
Since the pandemic, I was laid off. Now I just got back reemployed.
Corporal, do you have any
What's wrong
knowledge
with that light?
of the traffic light in that area being malfunctioning?
A lot of digging right over there by the pole. It's a lot of construction.
Corporal, do you have any evidence or any indication that the traffic light was malfunctioning on that date and time?
Okay. Actually, no, there's no malfunctioning light there. The construction he's referring to is about actually a full half-mile south on Bell Shoals, which does not affect this intersection whatsoever.
There's
Sir?
construction
Sir, real
going on
quick.
right across the street from it.
In addition, the timing of that light is meant, of course, for Bloomingdale to have priority. So there's always going to be shorter. His entrance into the intersection is almost at a dangerous level at that late of an entrance.
All right, so I understand that the traffic light in Bell Shoals and Bloomingdale is approximately 4.0 seconds from when it turns to yellow to when it is activated in red. So coupled with the, what'd you say, 2.6 seconds, 2.4 seconds that Mr. Lawson had in order to stop, that's over 6 seconds, sir. That's a lot of time.
Nothing else to
Sonia,
say.
can you pull up the ATS notice of violation and go to the bottom where it says the self-diagnosis test was run on that date and time to verify if there was any problems with the traffic camera? Mr. Lawson, she's going to point to the bottom of this document, and it indicates on April 11th, 2020, at approximately 2:21 in the morning, they did a self-diagnostic test on that traffic light, and apparently all tests were passed. So from an internal standpoint, there were no technical or engineering difficulties with the red light at that intersection. Now, you certainly have an opportunity to subpoena ATS and also Hillsborough County Engineering to ascertain if there is any problems with that traffic light. And from your testimony, it appears that you did not do that. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any further testimony on either side?
No, sir.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Any further testimony, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. I find that in notice number 1722000 144301, based on the testimony and evidence presented, the red light camera violation be upheld. Sir, you said you weren't working and you just got back employed. Do you need more time to make a payment on this particular case?
Yes. Please.
How much time would you need, sir?
Approximately about 60 days, if that.
Okay, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days. Will that help you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm also going to waive the administrative cost of $75. I don't think it's fair that you pay two administrative costs on the same day to come to a hearing. So in this particular case, $158 is due within 60 days of this order, which means that your full payment would be due on or before January 12th, 2021. So you can make as many payments as you like before that date, but just make sure the entire amount is paid prior to January 12th, 2021. Ma'am, let's go ahead with the next case, please.
Item number 3, notice number 1722000144715, Emery Dolphus Lawson, and he is present.
Citation 17.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Emery D. Lawson, 9802 Blue Palm Way, Tampa, Florida, 33610.
1722000144715. This violation occurred on 4/13/2020 at 12:34 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Bell Shoals Road and Bloomingdale Avenue within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.3 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. And the second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Echo India Juliet Kilo 07. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Emery Dolphus Lawson. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit the violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Johnston, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Lawson.
No, Mr. Johnston, Paul Johnston.
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you able to do your calculations on the 1.3 red time plus the 4 seconds from yellow to red, which will be a total of 5.3 seconds, and advise him how far he could have been traveling in that time?
Just a minute.
Okay. While he's doing that, Mr. Lawson, do you have any testimony you wish to provide?
Just take a look at that light.
Is it your testimony that you're alleging that there's a problem with the light on this particular date and time?
Up to this day, I still got a problem with the light.
In this case, have you had an opportunity to subpoena or otherwise get information that will support your accusation?
No, sir.
I'm concerned that you're traveling through a heavily area intersection for vehicular and pedestrian traffic, and the light has been in a red phase for anywhere between 1.3 and almost 3 seconds. You can endanger yourself and the people in that area, sir. You've got to slow down and make sure you're stopping at these intersections. Mr. Johnston, do you have any information to provide?
Yes, sir. At that modest speed of 16 miles an hour in that time, from the time the light turned yellow to the time he crossed the stop bar, he traveled 124 feet approximately.
Okay. In terms of a football field, how far is that?
That's about a little bit over a third of the distance of a football field.
Mr. Lawson, when we explain it in those terms, does that make it a little bit more clear to you how far you were traveling when that light turned from yellow to red?
No, not really, but I don't even go there no more. I cut through the parking lot. That light needs to be checked.
Okay. Sonia, can you bring up the self-diagnostic test again? I want to make sure that we get this right for Mr. Lawson. Sir, if there is a problem with the traffic light and the self-diagnostic test indicates such, or if you provided evidence to collaborate what you're saying, then I'll dismiss your case. Okay. All right, can you point to that? Mr. Lawson, on April 13th, 2020, at approximately 2:21 a.m., ATS did a self-diagnostic test on that traffic signal in that intersection. And accordingly, they came up with the finding that all tests had passed. So I have no concrete evidence to support your allegation at this point. Is there any further testimony from either side?
Sir.
No, sir.
Okay. I find that notice number 1722000144715, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Mr. Lawson, do you need more time on this particular case as well?
Yes.
Okay. How much time would you need on this one?
I'm gonna try to have them all paid on at one time.
Okay. So how many days would you need on this particular case?
60.
Okay. So I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days on this particular case. Full payment is due by January 12th, 2021. I'm also going to waive the administrative costs of $75. Again, with the same philosophy that I don't think someone should pay administrative costs 3 times for appearing once on the same date and time. So I'm going to modify my order from $233 to $158 on this particular case, due in full by January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sir, you're all set. Please slow down. That particular intersection looks like you travel an awful lot. Before you go, Corporal, would you address cutting through to avoid a traffic light for Mr. Lawson?
I understand what you're getting at, but actually that particular, where he's talking about cutting through, he would have to be going towards that newer Publix and out through the Chipotle there, which has another stoplight. I mean, you can do it. It's just going to add another probably 5 to 7 minutes to your time instead of just stopping at the stoplight and waiting for it to actually turn green again for you to turn left. But that's up to you. In regards to what the magistrate is talking about, there is actually a statute, like if, say, there was a gas station there and you were trying to avoid the actual stoplight, and you happen to be observed doing it, it is a violation. There's a reason that they don't allow that, because of the danger that it causes to the people actually frequenting the gas station or whatnot.
Yeah,
cut through.
I just cut through the back way of that Publix. It's an out route to the other light.
Gotcha.
Because there's no way I'm gonna just
Thank you,
keep
sir.
running that thing 3 times in one day. But thank you for the extension.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, go ahead and call the next case.
Page 2, item number 4, notice number 1722000104206. Brenda Benton Cartwright, and she is present.
Good morning, Ms. Cartwright. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Brenda Benton Cartwright, 7628 Abbott Court, Newport Richey, Florida, 34654.
Thank you, ma'am.
Citation 1722000104206. This violation occurred on February 25th at 2020, at 1:57 p.m. at the intersection of westbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.8 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Alpha Kilo Lima Mike 20, and which was replaced recently by a different tag. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Miss Brendan Cartwright, and it was on a Honda. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit the violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Cartwright, go ahead with your testimony, please.
I believed that I had entered the intersection in the yellow when the light was on yellow.
Sonia, can you please show the video again and then slow it down, pointing to the change of the light and in relation to her vehicle? So you see the light is in the yellow phase. It just turned red. Can you please point to the stop bar and then to her vehicle? Ma'am, do you see where your vehicle is in relation to the stop bar and the red light?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
I see that.
Okay. Is there any further testimony on either side?
No, sir.
Ms. Curtright, anything further with you?
No.
Okay, I find that notice number 1722000104206, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Item number 5, notice number 1722000105989. Brenda Benton Curtright, she is present.
Ms. Curtright, please just state your name and address for the record again.
Yes, Brenda Benton Curtright, 7628 Abbott Court, Newport Richey, Florida, 34654.
1722000105989. This violation occurred on February 26, 2020 at 5:32 p.m. at the intersection of westbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.2 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Alpha Kilo Lima Mike 20. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Miss Brenda Curtright. I present these images, video, and a camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.071, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Curtright, do you have testimony in this case?
Yes, as I was approaching the yellow, it turned red. I didn't have an estimated time as to how long the light was yellow before I made that turn.
And that intersection is approximately 4 seconds from yellow to red. Sonia, can you please play the video, slow speed, and then stop when it turns red? Okay, can you point to her the stop bar when it is turned red? All right, ma'am, after watching the video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
That I entered the intersection on a red light. However, I still stand by what I just said, that when I approached, it was yellow and I didn't have an understanding or an estimation of how long it had been yellow. And it had turned red before I estimated that it would.
Fair enough. Can I see the video again? It looks like it was raining. Is that correct? Yes. All right, so as you're approaching an intersection, especially a major intersection on Bloomingdale and Bell Shoals, where there's a lot of vehicular and pedestrian traffic, it's incumbent upon the driver to drive in a careful and diligent manner. When that light turns yellow, you're supposed to begin your braking process. You have 4 seconds from when it turns yellow to when it turns red in that particular intersection. So there's ample time. Coupled with the fact that it's raining, you probably should be driving a little slower. Any further testimony on either side?
No, sir.
Ms. Curtright?
Ma'am, do you have any other testimony?
My only testimony is that I've driven that path for 20 years. And all I'm saying is that depending on where you're coming from, it can appear as if you still have the time to make the turn. But I understand your position.
Every intersection is different in amount of timing between the yellow light and the red light, and that's set by the traffic engineers with Hillsborough County based on the vehicular traffic and the pedestrian traffic in the area. So some intersections might have a longer yellow to red light, and some are a little bit slower than that. So you're absolutely right. It's different depending on the location of the intersection. So I find in notice number 1722000105989, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. However, because this is a second case and you're coming to one hearing, I'm going to waive the administrative cost of $75. So $158 would be due. Well, ma'am, do you need more time to make a payment since this is your second case?
No.
Okay. $158 would be due on or before December 13th, 2020. And I'm amending my order to waive the administrative cost of $75. There should be an information sheet up on the podium there for you, giving you the options to make a payment. And also for anybody else who's coming to present their case, on the podium there will be an information sheet that will outline the three options to make a payment if your case is upheld. And those are the three options that I stated prior to beginning the hearing.
Item number 8, notice number 1722000246791. Jeffrey Michael Starkman. And somebody has signed in for this case.
Jeffrey Michael Starkman, 581 Riviera Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33606.
Sir, you need to put your mask up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Corporal, go ahead.
Citation 1722000246791. This violation occurred on August 11th, 2020 at 6:27 a.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Juliet Tango Uniform Golf 41. And I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Jeffrey Starkman. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these images, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.071, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit the violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ma'am, can we see that in slow motion? And also I'd like to see a still photography again. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Starkman, do you have testimony today, sir?
Yes, doctor, thank you. I'm a physician anesthesiologist. I was driving on an emergency call back to University Community Hospital, which is right across the street from there that morning. I had already been pestered twice by the hospital to hurry up. Quote, we have an emergency, quote, in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. And I was trying to get in as fast as I could. I have brought supporting paperwork with me, small part of the medical record, delineating the time frame at which I actually did get to the hospital and was present for an emergency operation that morning. Another point I'd like to make is that the splitting of hairs with respect to this intersection.
All right, Mr. Starkman, let me stop you there for a second.
0.1 second, where
Mr. Starkman, reference to the documents you want to submit, those are just employment documentations. They don't have to do with any particular patient. Is that correct?
everything that had to do with a particular patient's been blacked out, so it's generic information.
So we're going to be able to meet with HIPAA laws. Nothing there is going to be anything of a confidential matter?
Correct. All the confidential information that could identify this with a specific individual has been blacked out.
All right. And do you wish to submit that into evidence knowing you will not get those back?
Yes, please.
Okay. Would you please hand those to, I guess, the corporal? Corporal, since I'm remote, can you please verify the date and time when the doctor arrived at the hospital and match it up to the date and time of the notice of violation for me, please?
All right.
I can help you with that document if you want.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I see an anesthesia start time of 0655, and then a procedure start time of 0705. Okay.
That's the time I was able to get into the operating room.
Show it up on the thing.
Oh, okay. All right, good deal. Yeah, it looks like you were definitely running late.
Okay, Corporal, is your testimony that Corporal, is your testimony that the date and time when he went in for an emergency procedure as a physician is around the same date and time of the notice of violation?
According to his paperwork, absolutely. Testify according to his paperwork. But
Mr. Starkman, can you go back up to your microphone, please? Thank you. I see that. Is it your testimony that you're a physician and you're responding to the hospital for an emergency call to perform an operation on or around the date and time when you received, when the alleged notice of violation occurred?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Corporal, do you have any problem dismissing this case?
no, sir, not at all.
Okay. Mr. Starkman, are you opposed to me dismissing this case?
No, I'm not.
All right, I find that notice number 1722000246791, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed. Sir, I'll just ask you to be a little bit more careful when you're responding to the hospital. That's a very busy intersection there.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you have no further legal or financial responsibility in this matter.
Page 3, item number 11, notice number 172-1900220344. Saida Smith. And she signed in virtually.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
you please
Smith,
state your name and address
raise
for
your
the
right
record?
hand. I can't see your hand. Can you raise your right hand?
It's raised.
We lost video. It looks like your signal is low.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name and address for the record.
Saeed Smith, 8747 Bush Oak Street, Tampa, Florida, 33617.
Corporal, go ahead, ma'am.
Citation 1721900220344. This violation occurred on April 6, 2020 at 1:37 p.m. at the intersection. May. I apologize. May 6, 2020. At the intersection of northbound Brandon Town Center Drive and West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image, shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle. Golf Charlie Fox, India 51 on a Toyota. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Nicole Denny, but with a transfer of liability to a Sita Smith. I present these images, video, and a camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit the violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Smith, go ahead with your testimony, please.
It's no testimony at this time today.
Okay. And who is Nicole Denny to you?
The registered vehicle, that's my mother.
Okay. So do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light, ma'am?
I don't believe, but I don't have any evidence to prove otherwise. It's kind of dangerous to hit brakes when you're right at the line, so I don't have any supporting evidence today.
Okay, so 2 issues to discuss. First one is the red run time was 1.1 seconds. It was already red for 1.1 seconds when you entered the intersection. And in that location, from yellow to red, it's 3.7 seconds. So you had 4.8 seconds to stop your vehicle before entering the intersection. You're also exceeding the speed limit. The posted speed limit in that area is 20, and apparently your vehicle is going at 30 miles per hour. Sonia, can you please show the video to Ms. Smith and then stop it when it changes red so she can get a clear understanding of the placement of her vehicle when the light changed red? So it's in the yellow phase.
I don't see the video.
It should be on the TV program.
So in this video, the light is already red and your vehicle is not even in the screen. And then go ahead and hit play again, please. And here's your vehicle now entering the intersection and it's already been red.
I didn't see the replay.
Mr. Streeter, can you help her, please?
Ma'am, you might have to swipe left or right on your video screens until you find the HDV program.
Sonia, can you play the video again? I have a blue screen. Ms. Smith, do you see the video?
I don't. I see Dr. Thomas.
You should be able to swipe left or right on your phone to change the video screens until you find an HTV program. Right now, it's a still image of the intersection.
I see Christian Lampertuck and Lamp. It's not showing me the image of the car going through the intersection. I seen it the first time they had it up, but I didn't see it the second time when they replayed it.
How can we help her to see the video?
I'm not sure, sir. She should be able to see it. If she swipes left and right on the phone, it should change the video screens that popped up.
Ms. Smith, you're logged in with your phone?
Dr. Santalis,
Yes, sir.
this is Paul Johnson. I'm not getting the video up on my screen either. It's down in a little square at the bottom of it, but I can't see it.
Are you on a desktop?
I'm on my laptop, but yes.
Laptop, okay. And Ms. Smith, you're on a cell phone? Ms. Smith, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Are you able to see the video?
The video
No,
may
I
play
still-
better if the audio is coming from the room. I'm not sure if you could see it now. If we could play the video again one more time while we have audio coming from the room, it should highlight the video. Hopefully, you'll be able to see it once we start playing it in just a second here. But I believe this should be able to allow you to see the video even if you do not have the screen pinned on your phone. You should be able to see it now. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, did you see the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you notice that, Sonia, if you point to the light is red and then to where her vehicle should be, you're not even into the video screen yet. So it's clear that that vehicle entered the intersection on the red light. Would you concur with that statement, ma'am?
From the video shown, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any further testimony from either side?
No.
Corporal?
She replied, no, sir.
Okay. I find that notice number 1721900220344, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, there should be an information. You don't have that. Sonia, can you explain to her the options for making a payment?
There are 3 ways to pay. You can pay it online, or you can pay it by phone or pay by mail. The website to pay it online is www.violationinfo.com. And the payment by phone is 1-866-790-4111. That is available 24 hours, 7 days a week. But there is a convenience fee for making the payment online and over the phone. There are no local venues where you can pay. There's no offices downtown where you can pay.
And what would the total cost of the ticket be? And the due date?
It's
Free, and the due date
$233
is December
within 30 days.
13th.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Page 3, item number 12, notice number 172 21900290172. The ticket is under Beverly Jean Pruitt. However, we have Dale Pruitt appearing virtually.
What was that number again?
Notice number 1721900290172 on page 3, and it is item number 12 on the agenda.
Thank you.
Doctor, it looks like Dale Pruitt might be having issues with his internet bandwidth. He was on earlier on both video and audio. I'm not sure if Dale is still on, can hear us through audio.
I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Pruitt.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see Mr. Pruitt.
Mr. Pruitt, could you try to reconnect your video stream? If you click the stop video and start video again, that might fix it.
I'm trying.
It seems to be showing that he's having internet connection issues. He was on earlier, but it looks like he might be having not as good internet bandwidth.
Do you want to work with him offline and then call his case back when he gets it up online again?
We can try, sir. I'm not exactly sure if it is an internet bandwidth issue. If we could fix it right away, but we can give it a shot.
I think, like Sonia said, we need to see him being sworn in. Is that correct, Sonia and Paul?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
So
there was a court case that came out, I believe, last week that you have to have video confirmation of who you're swearing in.
Very good. Hillsborough County IT, if you can work with him offline and then just let us know or call into Sonia and let us know when he's ready to go, we'll recall his case.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's go ahead and take another case, please.
3, item number 13. Notice number 1721900293036. Janice Harvey Vaught, and she is appearing virtually.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What's the correct pronunciation of your last name?
Vote, like you're going to vote for someone.
Vote. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
Ms. Voigt?
Go ahead, Ms. Vogt.
Can you please raise your right hand? I don't see it. She got it up.
Out there somewhere. Oh, goodness.
She does?
We can't see your right hand, Ms.
We
Voigt.
can't see your right hand, Ms. Voigt. Bring it closer to your face, maybe. Okay.
Okay, well,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Your name and address for the record.
Janice Harvey Vogt, 5005 North Swanee Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
(21900293036). This violation occurred on June 24th, 2019, at 4:37 p.m. at the intersection of westbound West Waters Avenue and Anderson Road within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. And the second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 92FAK, on a Honda. I have confirmed that the registered owners of the violating vehicle are a Miss Janice and John Voigt. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Vogt, do you have testimony today?
Well, I was very shocked to get the notice in the mail. I'm an extremely good driver and am shocked by the video seeing that I turned left on a red light. I wonder if I was looking at the other two turning yellow and I had time to turn. And that's why I made that decision.
Ms. Vogt, did you have an opportunity to watch this video from home or work prior to setting a hearing date?
I did several months ago, and it's still difficult to watch.
Are you saying it was the video was unclear?
I just can't believe I ran a solid red light. I thought I was turning left on the yellow light, not the little turn signal. I have a very good driving record.
In reference to your driving record, and for anybody else who has a case today, there will be no points assessed to your driving record. So if you have a safe driving record, that won't be in jeopardy. If there's no points assessed to your driving record, your insurance should not go up. And in reference to the fine that may be applied to a case that's upheld, it's about $100 less expensive than if a uniformed law enforcement officer stopped your vehicle roadside and wrote the same citation. Is there any further testimony on either side?
No, sir.
All right, I find that notice number 1721900293036. Based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, do you need more time to make a payment?
Yes, I do. My husband's been laid off since March because of COVID-19.
Are you working?
I am working.
Is it full-time?
No.
Part-time?
Yes.
Okay, and how much time would you need to make a payment, ma'am?
Maybe towards the end of January.
And you said you saw this
Pardon?
video. You saw this video online prior to setting a hearing date, but it was unclear to you
Yes.
based on looking at the wrong traffic light. All right, so I'm going to waive the administrative costs of $75, and I'll amend my order from 30 days to 90 days. So $158 will be due on or before February 11th, 2021. Will that help you, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're all set, and you know that there's 3 ways to make a payment, correct?
Correct.
All right. For those of you who have your case upheld and are coming to us virtually, Sonia had identified the 3 options to make a payment. One of those options is to mail payment to Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Payment Processing Center, and it's P.O. Box 742527, Cincinnati, Ohio. Zip code is 45274. Again, the P.O. Box 7422527, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45274. All right, ma'am, please call the next case.
Four, item number 17, notice number 1721900314741, Jean Priere and Ziga. And someone is present.
Good morning, sir.
Dr. Jean-Pierre Ziegler, 19305 Sandy Spring Circle, 33558.
All right. Citation 1721900314741. This violation occurred on July 11th, 2019 at 9:50 a.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 4 lane as it approached the intersection. This traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.7 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Hotel Echo Baker, India 79, on a Toyota. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Jean-Pierre Ziga. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Sir, do you have testimony today?
I do have a question of procedure since this is my first time ever here. So I wasn't the one driving the car. My wife was, and then she was driving my daughter to Moffitt. I don't know whether she can come and testify because I can't say anything.
Corporal, is there a transfer of liability affidavit on file?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sir, in reference to the procedure, the statute clearly indicates that the registered owner is responsible for any violation in reference to the red light camera system in Hillsborough County. If somebody else was driving your vehicle and you know who that was, you have an opportunity to submit a sworn affidavit within a certain period of time, and that would release you from any liability and place that liability on the person you're indicating was driving the vehicle. The corporal indicated that there's not a transfer of liability on file. Did you submit an affidavit somewhere transferring liability to your wife?
Did not. And since I'm saying that this is my first time ever to be at the court for a traffic light. And my wife is here present with me. If you believe that she can testify, that's good. If you think that the time frame has expired, there's nothing else I can do.
The time frame has expired. I believe it's 60 days to submit your affidavit. However, since your wife is here and you would like to have her testimony, that would be fine. I'll be more than happy to hear what she has to say on this matter, but she'll have to come to the podium and be sworn in.
Sit.
And raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record. Speak into the mic.
Can you lower that mic down to you? Okay.
I didn't hear anything. What was her name?
Ziga.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have some testimony today?
I just want to say that I was surprised that the violation said I crossed the red light. So I thought I entered the crossing at the speed that I was going when it was still yellow, not red.
Sonia, can you please put the video on in slow motion and stop it when it turns red so we can see if she entered the intersection on a yellow or red light? Okay, ma'am. Sonia, can you point to the red light, please? So you see that the light is red, and then the stop bar and where your vehicle is located in relation to the stop bar? So after watching this video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
Do now.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Can I have your husband back up, please? Sir, after watching that video, do you also believe that the vehicle entered the intersection on a red light?
Yeah.
In reference to the statute, unfortunately, you're the registered owner, so it falls back on you without the affidavit. However, you could have your wife do your chores for a week or two, if you want to. Any further testimony on either side?
I don't have anything.
No.
Corporal? Okay. I find that in case number 1721900314741, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Sir, do you need more time to make a payment in this?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So 30 days would be on or before December 13th, 2020.
Page 5, item number 27, notice number 1721900350604. Tara Rochelle Nay. And we have somebody signed in person for this case. Good morning.
Good morning.
Down and get closer to, yeah, there you go. And please state your name and address for the record.
Tara Rochelle Nye, 8301 Iberia Place, Tampa, Florida, 33637.
And 1721900350604. This violation occurred on August 5th, 2019 at 5:40 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound West Waters Avenue and Anderson Road within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 4 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Delta Kilo Victor Mike 96 on a Chevy. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Miss Tara Nye. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Nye, go ahead with your testimony, please.
I was I'm not saying I didn't go through the red light. Previous months during COVID-19, I was just trying to ask for an extension to pay it. And I was receiving in the mail several notices. So I'm not sure why I got this notice to be here. I wasn't saying that I didn't go through the light. I was just asking for an extension.
Okay, Sonia, can you show me the video again and stop it on the red light? And the still photography? Corporal, do you believe she entered the intersection on a red light with those two images?
I said watching the video, yes, but with the still images, it's awfully close.
Sonia, can I please see the video again? All right. Well, with the video, I can't really see where the front of the vehicle is in relation to the stop bar. It could be behind it, it could be on or over it. With the still photography, it clearly indicates that the front of the vehicle is on or over the stop bar when the light turns red. Can we go back to that still photography, please? If you can just zoom in a little bit, please. All right, the Florida Supreme Court in Jimenez versus State of Florida ruled that when a vehicle's front end has crossed the stop bar prior to the light turning red, that they have successfully entered the intersection in compliance with Florida statute. Any further testimony on either side?
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right. Because I have conflicting evidence there, one is really too close to call in the video. The still photography clearly indicates that the vehicle was on or over the stop bar when the light turned red. I want to give the registered owner the benefit of the doubt. So I find that notice number 1721900350604, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed. Ms. Nye, you have no further legal or financial obligation in this matter.
Please stand by. Doctor, we're having a small technical issue. If you please stand by, we'll have it HTV program back up and running in just a few minutes.
Okay. Let's take a 2-minute recess, please.
Okay, sir, just to let you know, I believe HTV is back up whenever you're ready. I believe we're back up whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're back on the record. However, I have a blank screen.
We are live.
All right, that previous case for Tara Rochelle Nye, is everybody aware of the order that the case was dismissed? Sonia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, please call the next case.
Page 5, item number 28, notice number 1721900355389. Saham Chadeli Albiatuai. No. And he is present.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Siham Shadgali Albitawi, 1029 Enola Way, Lutz, Florida, 33548.
Thank you, sir.
Citation 1721900355389. This violation occurred on August 8th, 2019 at 7:05 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound West Sly Avenue and West Havana Avenue within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 3 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.3 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Kilo Mike Sierra Papa 85. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is to Daimler Chrysler and with a Siham Abatawi. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Sir, go ahead with your testimony.
Simply, it wasn't me driving it. It was my wife. I was actually in another country on that date, but obviously with the camera, I mean, you can't deny it. It's obvious. So if you could help me out with the court cost, I'll take the hit and go home.
Is there a transfer of liability on the file, Corporal?
No, sir.
Okay. Sir, on a previous case when there was an allegation that somebody else was driving, did you hear, as I explained, the statute and the requirements for that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not unfamiliar with these red light violations, so there's really not much I can defend in this case whatsoever. It wasn't me driving it. That's the truth. She went through the red light. That's the truth. And that's it. Nothing else.
Very good. I appreciate your honesty, sir. I find that in notice number 1721900355389, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation will be upheld. Sir, do you need more time to make a payment?
It's always helpful to use somebody else's money, so yes. Beginning of next year will be even better.
Doctor, it looks like we may have lost your audio and video.
How much time would you need, sir?
Second week in January will be fine, sir.
Okay. So I will amend my order from 30 days to 60 days. So a full payment will be due on or before January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Page 6, item number 35, notice number 1721900372806. Gilbert Dale Walton. And someone has signed in person.
Sir, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your name and address for the record.
Gilbert Dale Walton, 8220 North Florida Avenue, apartment 110, Tampa, Florida 33604.
Thank you, sir.
Citation 1721900372806. This violation occurred on August 20th, 2019 at 1:49 p.m. at the intersection of westbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1 second prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Kilo Whiskey Mike, Sierra 04 on a Honda. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Gilbert Walton. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Walton, go ahead with your testimony.
I didn't hear you.
Go ahead with your testimony, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. I was at Fletcher in the Interstate 75 with a Korean veteran, and he wanted to go to Walmart prior to going home. And so instead of turning that left lane where I was, I knew that the Walmart was straight ahead. So I was watching my rearview mirror to make sure that I'd be able to get out. And the light was green when I looked up, and then when I looked in my rearview mirror, so a car was coming at me. I went ahead and accelerated to go across the intersection to get him over to Walmart, and he has since passed away, and I no longer have to go that way or take him out to the VA.
Sonia, can I see the video again, please? Sir, did you have an opportunity to watch this video from home or work before coming or setting a trial or a hearing date?
Is that...
He asked if you had a chance to view this video before you came here today.
No.
Okay.
Sir, did you know on the back of the notice of violation that there is a URL or a website address where you can watch this video from home or work or at the public library before setting a hearing date? Were you aware of that?
I've not seen the video before today.
Were you aware you had the opportunity to do that before setting a hearing date?
I can't understand you, but I got a problem with my hearing. I didn't wear my hearing aids today. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there any further testimony on either side?
An opportunity to view the video?
No.
Is there any further testimony on either side?
I do not have anything further.
Mr. Walton, do you have any further testimony?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Okay. I find that notice number 1721900372806, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. However, I'm going to waive the administrative cost of $75. Sir, do you need more time to make a payment?
Yes, I'm planning on going to Ohio. My son was murdered, and my granddaughter has invited me up for Thanksgiving. So I only make $800 a month, and so what little bit I got left is going to be to make that trip to just to be with her. It'll be the first I never met her before, but I'm going up there and be with her for that holiday. Need some time to pay that, whatever it is. My son robbed him of $3,000. Threw him off the side of the road like a bundle of trash. The guy got
Tony, can I see
elected
a still
president.
photography, please?
No parole.
Could you repeat that, Doctor?
Sonia, may I see a still photography, please? Okay. I'm going to amend my order from 30 days to 180 days. Sir, your full payment will be due on May 12th, 2021, on or before that date. Will that help you, sir?
Be able to pay it in December, hopefully.
Okay. Well, if you can't, you have until May 12th, 2021, 180 days. Amend my order from 30 days to 180 days, due on or before May 12th, 2021. There should be an information sheet on the podium there, sir, for you. There are 3 different ways to make a payment. Will that help you, sir?
Yeah. I should be able to see.
Can someone give him an information sheet, please?
Page 6, item number 37, notice number 1721900385048. Terrell Lee Brooks. And someone has signed in person for this notice number.
Morning, sir.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Terrell Brooks, 4916 Rolling Green Drive, Western Chapel, Florida, 33543.
Citation 1721900385048. This violation occurred on August 27th, 2019 at 6:19 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Brandon Town Center Drive and West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.8 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping, and the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Yankee 25 Victor Foxtrot Papa, on a black Nissan. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicles is Mr. Terrell Brooks. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Brooks, do you have testimony today?
No, I believe my daughter was driving the vehicle at the time. So it just refers back to me, the owner.
Mr. Brooks, did you submit a transfer of liability?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you submit an affidavit transferring liability from you to your daughter?
To be honest, it's been so long ago. I can't remember. I remember submitting something, but it's been a minute. That was back in 2019. So I don't.
Was there a transfer of liability affidavit on file?
No, not that I'm aware of, but I can double check.
Sonia, anything may be sent to the wrong location?
Know if it was sent to a wrong location, but I can see if they received anything.
Okay, thank you.
It's the same as what I see on October 11th, 2019. Hearing no action, hearing request received from the citizen, waiting on hearing dates from the client.
So we do or do not have a transfer of liability on file?
Do not.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir. Any further testimony on your side?
He said no, sir.
And could we see the video one more time, please? All right, I find that in notice number 1721900385048, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Mr. Brooks, there should be an information sheet on the podium there for you.
Page 6, item number 38, notice number 1721900385048. 5253. David Allen Kostner. Someone has signed in person for this.
That or?
I think you're going to need to tell the magistrate about it before you do anything with it.
Please state your name and address for the record.
David Allen Kestner, 5608 North River Shore Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
And will she be speaking as well?
I'm sorry?
The person behind you, will she be speaking as well?
That's my wife if you need her. She's just not, she's a little shy for public speaking, so I'm helping her out. But if you need her, she's right here.
Or can she at least state her name and address for the record?
Marina Portillo, 5608 North River Shore Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
Thank you.
All right. Citation 1721900385253. This violation occurred on August 27th, 2019 at 10:10 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound West Waters Avenue and Anderson Road within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 4 lane as it approached the intersection. It was in the red phase for approximately 0.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping, and the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Golf Kilo India Mike 32 on a blue Lexus. I confirm that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. David Kostner. Did I say that correctly?
Kestner. Sounds like Kessner.
Okay, I apologize.
No, it's fine.
I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Kestner, go ahead with your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to Your Honor, I wanted to do my due diligence because I knew invariably something bad would happen at this intersection. You can see that this is the third case already today. I guess the problem with that intersection is the depth of the intersection, and I think that the timing, this has been discussed in this hearing today a few times, I think probably needs to be adjusted. I know the engineers do a good job trying to keep up with it, but just like GPS has to be constantly updated, I don't think they're keeping up with the traffic patterns and adjusting the timing of the lights. So what I did is I just had to go back through and look at everything. And the numbers that I'm using are recognized numbers from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration and the National Bar as far as times. She was clocked at 48 when she came through the light. She said she was going 45, the speed limit, and bumped it to 48 because she knew she couldn't stop for the light. So I just took the feet per second at 45 and 48 miles an hour, the average time to come to a complete stop. And through all the numbers, she was right. She couldn't have stopped. One thing that's not mentioned, and I don't think it's intentional, it's just overlooked, but it's very, very critical for the numbers. And this is nationally, this is recognized in a court of law.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Mr. Kestner, I lost signal she was driving at 48 miles per hour, so I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to back up with your testimony. But before you proceed, is there a transfer of liability on file?
No, it's my responsibility.
Okay. So if you will pick up from when you made the statement that she was driving 48 miles per hour and go forward, sir.
I'm using that off of the video and the stills because they have her clocked at 48. So herein, particularly with this intersection, I think is the biggest problem is the timing of the light due to the depth of the intersection. It takes, and this is nationally recognized, it takes 0.75 seconds to recognize a situation and 0.75 seconds to react to it. So that's 3 seconds, okay, or 2.5 seconds. At 45 miles an hour, it takes 196 feet to stop. At 48 miles an hour, it takes 213. Based on her speed, she needed, and I know that they have 4.8 seconds as the amber, but I'm not going by tenths. I'm rounding up or rounding and using whole numbers. So she needed, based on the average speed, 205 feet. She had 205 feet to stop. She needed 213 at 48. So she was correct. She could not have stopped without going into the intersection. And that inherently makes that intersection very dangerous.
Corporal, what's the posted speed limit in that area?
Don't have that in front of me, but I believe from memory it's 45.
Yeah.
45?
It's 45 there.
Okay. Paul, do you want to do some of your calculations as well as Mr. Kestner is testifying? Go ahead, sir. Continue.
Is there a way that I could put this up so everybody can see it, or is that not possible with can we do
Sure.
it? And then you could follow. It's handwritten, but that way you could follow mine. Oh, okay.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
So this is handwritten, but I think it's neat enough that everybody could follow it. So here's really what I'm talking about is at 48 miles an hour, okay, 2.5 seconds times 70.5 feet per second. That's 48 miles an hour. These are nationally recognized. This is accepted by the Bar Association and the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. At 48 miles an hour, that's 70.5 feet per second. So she was going 48 miles an hour. 2.5 seconds is what we have to use based on 4 seconds of an amber. But it says 4.8, so I changed my numbers to 4.8, and then I averaged them because, that's really the fair thing to do. Tenths of a second is kind of hard to translate when you're talking about driving a vehicle. So I think whole seconds is fair. So she needed, when you come out here, 3.3 seconds times 70.5 equals 233 feet, okay? At 2.5 seconds, using the whole number rather than 4.8 or 4 seconds, she needed 176 feet to stop. So I just averaged. So that becomes 205 feet. She had to stop. She needs 213 feet. And again, that number 213, that comes from using the numbers of the distance that it takes to stop. 48 miles per hour is 70.5 feet per second. 70.5 times 3.3 is 233 feet. At 2.5 seconds, it's 176. So I average them, that's where the 205 comes from. So she really had, because I don't think you're going to split hairs and say 0.8 of a second, we can make a decision on 0.8. I think it's fair to say a full second is easier to work with. She had 205 feet to stop. She needed 213. She was correct. The car's 15.5 feet long. She would have been a full car out into the intersection, sitting there stopped. And I don't think anybody, probably the corporal would attest, they usually don't give tickets for 3 miles an hour over the speed limit. So if it was 45 and she was 48 because she touched the gas trying to get through that intersection, that's the problem inherently with a deep intersection like that, is if somebody senses that they're not going to be able to stop, their inclination, and I'm sure the corporal would testify that she's seen this happen, people punch the gas. And somebody's going to get killed if they don't change the timing of that light, because potentially with some of these fast cars, they could increase their speed by 20 miles an hour within 1 or 2 seconds and be doing 70 through that intersection trying to not get a ticket. So she did the right thing by not punching the gas. She just knew she couldn't stop. And the numbers don't lie. I mean, I've shown it, demonstrated it here. She couldn't have stopped. She would have been in the intersection. She was going 48. I've never seen, a person get a speeding ticket for 3 miles an hour over. So I don't think she did anything wrong there. She touched the gas to try to get through it, but the length of that intersection it's too deep. And here's the thing. Here's the big, big important point. That nationally recognized 1.5 seconds. It has to be considered, and it's never brought up because that's the recognition and reaction time. That's nationally recognized. 1.5
Mr.
seconds.
Kestner,
Nobody disputes that. The Bar Association.
Mr. Kestner?
Copy of it, or I didn't make a copy of it. So,
If you can provide us,
Dr. Santarlis,
Go ahead, Paul.
he's basically correct at 48 miles an hour, traveling approximately 70, a little bit over 70 feet per second. In the time period, they had 4.9 seconds from the time that light turned yellow to the time she crossed the stop bar. She traveled approximately 344 feet.
you take the 1.5 seconds that it takes to recognize and respond, and 48 miles an hour is 70.5 feet per second. So you've got to take 70.5. There's no other way to do it. I mean, the math doesn't lie. 70.5 times 1.5 seconds, that's 106 feet that you have to discount. In all fairness, you really have to take 106 feet and take it off the table, because that's the recognition and reaction time. It's 1.5 seconds. And that's if the engineers added the 1.5 second to the amber light, you wouldn't be getting all these red light runners, and you wouldn't have the potential for somebody to push the gas and be doing 70 through a deep intersection like that to avoid a ticket and kill somebody. To me, that's really the answer. And I'm not blaming it. The traffic engineers, they have a hard time keeping up with the traffic patterns. There's construction, but they need to do, I think, a better job, because everybody in this room drives in Tampa and Hillsborough County, and we all know that there are lights that are mistimed. They're just not long enough, and everybody here has gotten caught out in an intersection. We've all been driving. I'm looking around the room, there's no kids in here. So everybody's been driving for a while. It's happened to everybody. You get stuck in an intersection because the light is mistimed. And 1.5 seconds, again, at 48 miles an hour, that's 106 feet. So if you take that 106 feet out of the equation and you add 1.5 seconds to the light, which is proper, but it's just not done, we know that. Most of these tickets don't exist, and people aren't flooring the gas to try to get through an intersection to avoid a $158 ticket and kill somebody. To me, that's really, that's the important point. The 1.5 seconds it's just not discussed, but it's a reality and it's recognized. Thank God she didn't push the gas and be doing 70 through there. And then a car come through and she T-boned him. That light is a very deep intersection, and the timing is not long enough.
Thank you, Mr. Kestner. Corporal, would you like to testify further or add any information on approaching intersections?
Basically, of the intersections that I know there are cameras at, this is actually one of the intersections with the longest amber time, the yellow time. And then I also wanted to ask Ms. Portillo, okay, what does a yellow light mean to you?
Stop safely.
It stops safely?
Safely.
Okay, so when you see it turn yellow, what do you start to do?
Well, if I can stop, if I consider I can stop, I stop. But in that moment, I saw yellow, and if I stop, I'm going to be in the middle of the intersection, because it's a wide intersection. And I drive there every time. I mean, it's not was like first time. But in that moment, I say, if I stop, I'm going to be on the middle of the intersection. It's a wide intersection.
Okay. And I would, so it sounds like you've been through this intersection a lot, a ton.
Yes.
So I mean, all the other times you knew that a yellow means slow down and stop and you stopped properly. So her reaction time was absolutely fine. Every single other time she came up to this intersection. This time it seems, I can't assume what was going on, but there was something different with this one particular time.
Well, no, it's the first time that I was driving and I say, if I stop, I'm going to be on the middle. And I have to push the gas. And is it true? I pushed the gas because I was driving and I saw yellow. And of course, yellow is stopped safely. But if I stop in that moment, either way, I'm going to get the ticket in that moment, because if I stop, I'm going to be in the middle and the camera is going to take the picture. And I push the gas and the camera take the pictures. Either way.
Okay.
And if I could just say, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but just because I have my short-term memory, the math shows what she's saying is true. The math proves it. There's no denying that. Nobody could, an engineer could look and say, you can't argue with the math. She would have been one car out into the intersection. She would have been sitting in the middle. Not in the middle because it's pretty, but she would have been 20 feet out.
Okay. And just to conclude my testimony, I would have to second what Paul said. Considering she had a yellow, she didn't have 0.1 seconds. She had 4.9 seconds. That's how long she had to actually brake, like all the rest of
on the thing. And I'm not, Corporal, I was just, on the thing, on the picture, I read 4.8 seconds. Right. And again, you have to take away one. See here, now we're getting back to the topic, what I was saying. You have to subtract 1.5 seconds because it's nationally recognized. It takes 0.75 each to recognize and respond. So you have to take that 1.5 seconds off. When you take it off, you're at 3.3 seconds. I'm not splitting hairs. So then you go, okay, she either had 3.3 seconds or 2.5 seconds. Either way, she still winds up in the intersection and she wasn't speeding. Technically she was speeding, but she still winds up in the intersection no matter what.
Sir, please. First of all, yes, thank you.
Sorry.
And then you need to speak into the mic when you speak.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I heard it all.
Yeah.
So, but I'm going to just conclude where I was. I have to back Paul's numbers in the mere fact that every single other time she goes through this intersection, she has no problem stopping. So I'm not seeing the difference with this one. But I would just, my only comment would be, you may have a better argument in the closeness to how close she is to the bar. It was right there. So that's all. That's my only comment.
Dr. Santarlis?
Yes, sir.
Just to reiterate this about your authority, you have the authority to look at the evidence presented and determine whether or not she went through the intersection on a red light. As far as the engineering authority and the timing of the red light, that is something that is set by the traffic engineers, the experts in the field, and that may be something he may want to take up with the traffic engineers in regards to it. But as far as your authority, you don't have the authority to determine that the lights are not properly set. You only have the authority to determine whether or not the car entered the intersection on a red light and went through it.
Understood. Corporal, do you believe that the vehicle entered the intersection on a red light?
We can view the video one more time, but that was my point, that it is very, very close. And I think his argument is better there than the math.
Sonia, can we please see the video again and slow and then stop it on red?
Of a second, it's very difficult to do, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said it's
Go ahead.
No, I wasn't saying anything. All I said it's extremely close.
All right, how about the still photography again, please?
Yeah, and keeping in mind that at 48 miles an hour, you know, the car travels 71 feet per second. So if we break down tenths of a second, I mean, it's splitting hairs. She did the right thing, but you know, she did the safe thing because she knew she would wind up and thank God she didn't hit the gas hard because she would have been doing 70.
I have to disagree with you there, sir, because the safe thing would be to stop the vehicle on a red light. Corporal, we don't have still photography that will support or refute where that vehicle was in relation to the stop bar on the red light. We just have the video here, which is a bit grainy. How do you want to proceed in this particular case?
I have to admit, I admire the fact that he actually took this much time to do that math and came in very prepared. So I have no problem dropping this case.
Okay. Mr. Kessner, here's my take on the situation. Your math work was impressive. I'm not sure what nationally recognized is and by who. I don't have any documentation submitted to you that is easily verifiable as the national recognition of whichever entity put forth those numbers. So I'm going to set that aside. I'm not even going to look at the nationally recognized numbers. I think that it is proper for you or anybody that is suggesting that there is problems with the timing of the lights in Hillsborough County to address that with the Hillsborough County traffic engineers who set these times. With 4.9 seconds to stop, that is more than enough time to stop your vehicle before it enters the intersection on a red light. With that said, I think both you and your wife drive that intersection a lot and are probably familiar with what you have testified to be as a shorter than normally preferred amount of time for the lights change from yellow to red. Since it's not your first time, you're well aware of the timing of that light in the area. However, I don't see enough evidence to support the vehicle entering the intersection on a red light because we have two still photography photographs that are too dark to even see the vehicle. And the video is not clear enough to go one way or the other. And I believe that that is enough to give the benefit of the doubt to the registered owner, coupled with the fact that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office corporal doesn't have a problem with dismissing this case. I find that in notice number 1721900385253, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed. Mr. Kessner, you have no further legal or financial liability in this matter.
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Santarlis?
Is there anything else I need to do? That's it, just go? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I believe we were able to get Mr. Pruitt, his camera to work temporarily. It looks like it has stopped working since. Mr. Pruitt, if you could try hitting your camera button off and turning it back on one more time, that might help it. Otherwise, I might suggest having him come in person. It seems like his internet connectivity might be the issue.
Okay, would you please call Mr. Pruitt case again? Or Miss Pruitt, I'm sorry, Beverly Pruitt or Dale Pruitt?
I believe we have Dale Pruitt.
Page 3, item number 12, notice number 1721900290172. Notice is under Beverly Jean Pruitt. However, Dale Pruitt has signed in virtually.
And Mr. Pruitt, if you can hit your camera off button, the button Dan had you hit before, and turn it back on, that will be our best bet to get your camera to work. At the moment, we did have it working earlier. Mr. Pruitt, can you hear us? Okay, it seems like we may have lost him again. We will call him, and I will suggest to have him come in person if possible.
All right. Sonia, can you please continue the case for Beverly Jean Pruitt to our next hearing date on a time that is convenient for the Pruitt family?
No dates as of yet.
Okay. When you do get a date, would you please reset it for this case?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Can we please call Miss Ross's case next? She seems to be waiting very patiently there.
Page 8, item number 49, notice number 1721900424144. German Jamilo Ross, and she is appearing virtually.
Morning, Miss Ross.
Good morning. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
My name is Vanessa Renee Bussy Ross.
Yes. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, this is the clerk. You read the wrong case.
No.
You didn't read.
She's scheduled for 1:30, Miss Vanessa.
Oh, I'm sorry. They sent me a notice for me to appear at 9 a.m.
Doctor, I believe Ms. Ross's case is scheduled for 1:30. We're being
I
told.
understand.
1:30?
I believe
Ross,
so.
did you know your case is scheduled for 1:30?
No, I got an email telling me that I can check in at 8 o'clock. And the court will start at 9. But I can sign back on at 1:30.
Yeah, I see her here scheduled for 1:30.
I believe our email tells them to call in early. That might be the email she's referring to.
Okay. All right, go ahead with the next case for 9 a.m. docket, please.
I do apologize. Mr. Ross is signed in. He is there virtually.
It's Rios.
Rios, I apologize.
Okay.
Mr. Rios.
We'll call the case for Mr. Rios.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Right hand.
Yep.
Put it closer to you because I can't see it. I need to see your right hand. There you go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
German Guillermo Rios, 26349 Veteran Road in Brooksville, Florida, 34602.
Citation 1721900424144. This violation occurred on September 24th, 2019 at 6:32 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.8 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. And the second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 419 Romeo Zulu Papa on a Nissan. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. German Rios. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Rios, please go ahead with your testimony.
Oh, thank you, sir. When I approached to the intersection, I saw the yellow light coming out, but for me it was dangerous to step in the brake at that time, so I decided to keep going. That's what I do. So I believe I passed the intersection in the yellow. Maybe the red got me when I got out of the intersection. That's my point. That's only I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Can we see the video again and slow it down to a stop when it's a red light? And where is his vehicle?
Is the Nissan gray?
You see
It's not in the frame.
It's red, sir? Okay. And then go ahead and hit play again. We'll see his vehicle come through. Okay, sir, the light is already red, and now your vehicle is entering into the intersection. So after seeing the video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
No, sir. I believe it was yellow. No, it is.
Mr. Rios, I do believe you should be able to see the HTV program monitor.
Sir, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
You should be able to see the HTV program monitor.
Yeah, you mean I saw the video before?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I saw the video.
Sir, do you believe that you entered the intersection on a red light?
No, see, I believe that I went to the intersection when it was yellow. And for that reason, I said, for me at that time, it was so dangerous to step in the brake and stop the car in the intersection. For that reason, I decided to keep going.
Okay, Sonia, can you point to the red light, the stop bar, and his vehicle so he can clearly see that? Paulie, are you seeing the video? Mr. Rios, do you see
Yes.
the video?
Here, right now, no. Here in my screen, no.
You should be able to see it if you swipe right.
Mr. Rios, if you turn your phone or iPad horizontal, so right now you have your device vertical, if you turn it horizontal, you'll be able to see that video clearer and larger.
Okay, but Your Honor, what do you see in the video? Because yes, I appeal because I believe that I pass in yellow, but you told me that I pass in red. But it's for that reason that we have here. Well, yes. Taylor, I believe in your decision.
Paul, are you there? Mr. Rios, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. After seeing the video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
Oh, I believe that I pass in yellow. So.
You still think it was yellow when you entered the intersection?
Yes, sir.
Can you please put the video back on and just stop it when it changed red so we can show him where his vehicle is located?
I am not seeing the video.
Paul, are you there?
Could you stand by?
I'm here, Doctor.
Is there...
You should be able to see the video now that we have audio going through the channel. It should automatically put the video in front of on the first spot in front of the user. So they should be able to see it now that we are speaking. And if we could play it one more time just to make sure that we could all see it, this should allow you to be able to see it and have it prioritized on the WebEx feed, especially for mobile. If you can't see it, you might be able to swipe right, but you should be able to see it now. Thank you.
Mr. Rios, can you see it?
Okay. Well, are you sure? Okay. I see now.
Okay. Yeah, Paul, that's what I was going to ask you, if there's legal implications if he's not able to see the video, giving him an opportunity to move forward with his hearing. But we've got it resolved now. Mr. Rios, she's pointing to the red light with the cursor, and then she'll please point to the stop bar. And then as you see, is there a vehicle? You want to hit play again. And now your vehicle has entered the intersection. So is that a little bit clearer for you, Mr. Rios?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, is there any further testimony on either side?
No, sir.
No? Okay.
No, sir.
I find that notice number 1721900424144, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Mr. Rios, there should be an information sheet on the podium for you.
Okay.
He's virtual.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you listening when we gave you the three options to make a payment for any cases that are upheld, sir? Mr. Rios?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when we explained the three options to make a payment for cases that are upheld?
Yes, I know the options already.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Could you please call the next case?
Please go back to page 6. Item number 39. Notice number 1721900385618. Hilda Opera Robles. And we have somebody signed in person.
State your name and address for the record.
Hilda Oporta Robles. 3845 South Lake Drive, apartment 195, Tampa, Florida 33614.
Good morning,
Yes.
Ms. Robles.
I did.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Citation 1721900385618. This violation occurred on August 28th, 2019 at 10:07 at the intersection of eastbound West Waters Avenue and Northdale Mabry Highway within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Zulu 847 India, November. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Miss Hilda Robles. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Robles, go ahead with your testimony, please.
I do not have a testimony. I just want to ask you if my ticket can be reduced. I live with disability, and if I can get an extension as well.
Okay. Any further testimony from either side?
No, sir.
Okay. I find that notice number 1721900385618, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, you had requested an extension. How much time do you need?
If I can get like 90 days, it will be great.
Okay. All right, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 90 days. Will that help you, ma'am?
Yes. Can you also reduce my amount?
No, ma'am. From statute standpoint, I don't have the authority to reduce the fine. So $233 will be due in full by February 11th, 2021.
Registration fee, sir?
I'm sorry, ma'am. What did you say?
And not even the administration fee?
No, you requested a hearing.
Page 7, item number 43, notice number 1721900396011. Neil B. Fadia, and we have somebody here signed in.
Morning, sir.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. It's Neil Fadia, and it is 396 UPPER Upper Road, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15228.
Sir, do you reside in Florida now?
No, I'm here for medical school.
Okay, very good. Corporal, go ahead, ma'am.
Citation 1721900396011. This violation occurred on September 5th, 2019 at 11:37 at the intersection of westbound East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.9 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. And the third image provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Lima Charlie Alpha 4283. Looks like on a Lincoln, Pennsylvania tag. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is a Mr. Neil Fadia. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibit to the court for adjudication.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Fadia, go ahead with your testimony, please.
Sure. So this kind of happened when I first moved to Florida, and I just wasn't aware of the particular timings of the yellow and red, yellow to red. So I was trying to cross the intersection when the light turned red. Unfortunately, I drive an older car with older brakes. So had I slammed my brakes, I would have stopped smack in the middle of the intersection. And if you noticed on the video, as soon as I left the intersection, the oncoming traffic started. So had I slowed down at all, I would have ended up either endangering myself or someone else.
Corporal, would you like to address that on approaching intersections?
I mean, I think we covered it before and he probably heard it. Generally, the amount of time and what the yellow means generally slow down. And I think this one, I'm going to have to look again. I think at this intersection, it's again 4.8 seconds. So he had plenty of time. Can we watch the video again and see if the cars next to him can have time to slow down?
So, sir, it appears as though that vehicle had enough time to make a complete stop prior to entering into the intersection.
Sorry, are you asking a question or was that a statement?
That was a statement. Do you have any further testimony, sir?
No, that was it. I would just like a bit of extension because my school loans don't disperse until January.
Corporal, do you have anything further?
No, sir.
All right, I find that notice number 1721900396011, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Sir, you requested an extension. How much time would you need?
Possibly 90 days.
Okay, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 90 days. That means that the $233 must be paid in full by February 11th, 2021. Sir, will that help you?
That will, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Just to note, there are no other cases signed in, nor are there anybody else in the audience.
Okay, seeing that there are no respondents present for the remaining cases on the 9 a.m. agenda, we will now proceed with the hearings in absentia. The petitioner is directed to respond to each case being called and put forth a motion for it to be upheld or dismissed based upon her evaluation of the evidence that she has reviewed. If I grant the petitioner's motion for the case to be upheld, I will order the registered owner of the vehicle to pay the red light camera penalty fine of $158 plus the administrative cost of $75. The total fine and cost of $233 must be paid within 30 days of such order. Failure to pay the fine and cost will result in administrative hold with the state of Florida, and the registered owner may not obtain a license plate or revalidation sticker for any vehicle owned by the registered owner until the past due amount is fully paid. If I reject the petitioner's motion for the case to be upheld or accept the petitioner's motion to dismiss, then the red light camera notice of violation will be dismissed. The registered owner will then have no financial or other responsibility regarding the specific notice of violation. Corporal, in these cases when the respondent is FTA, failure to appear, you don't need to present all of the evidence. just having you testify that you have in fact reviewed all of the evidence, and in your determination as a certified law enforcement officer, you believe or do not believe that the vehicle entered the intersection on a red light will be sufficient.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead with the next case, please.
Page 2, item number 6, notice number 172-200-011-5566, Sherry Joyner Hunter. This was rescheduled from the October 9th, 2020 hearing as requested. No one is present.
On this case that occurred on Bruce B. Downs Boulevard, I reviewed the video, and it was 0.9 seconds before they entered the intersection. So in full reviewing, and the registered owner is confirmed to be Sherry Hunter, I do confirm that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
I find that in notice number 1722000115566, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Sherry Joyner Hunter was FTA. She failed to appear.
Page 2, item number 7, notice number 1722000224871, Franklin Valero. This was a transfer of liability from Fox Rent-A-Car, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case, 1722000224871. It was a full second before they entered the intersection of Brown and Town Center Drive and West Brandon Boulevard, and the paperwork was in order of the transfer of liability from Fox to Franklin Valero. Agree it is a violation of state statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Sonia, do we have a letter on file from Fox Rent-A-Car giving legal authority for ATS to transfer liability on their cases?
Would that be in the case file, you mean?
Yes, or anywhere else. In the past, when we had a transfer of liability from a rental car, we had required that that rental car company give us a sworn affidavit allowing ATS to transfer liability on their behalf to the driver of the vehicle.
Let me take a look. Show this up there. This is what I have on file.
Okay. Okay, so that is the affidavit from ATS transferring liability from the registered owner to the driver. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no letter on file, no affidavit from Fox Rent-A-Car transferring the authority for ATS to randomly transfer liability to their customers, their drivers.
No, I don't see that.
Okay. All right. So I find that in notice number 1722000224871, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. However, Franklin Valero will not be responsible because I am rejecting the motion for transfer of liability from Fox Rent-A-Car to Mr. Franklin Valero, because Fox Rent-A-Car has not complied or has not provided any type of affidavit allowing ATS to do that. And the statute is very clear that the transfer of liability must be done by the actual registered owner. So it is my order that this case is upheld, but Fox Rent-A-Car will be responsible for it.
ATS has already dismissed Fox Rent-A-Car.
They dismissed the case?
They've dismissed it against Fox Rent-A-Car when the transfer of liability occurred.
Well, the transfer of liability is not legally sufficient.
Case dismissed?
No, the case is not dismissed. ATS cannot dismiss this case. They don't have the legal authority under the statute to transfer liability on behalf of Fox Rent-A-Car.
Contact ATS. I know that once they do the transfer of liability, they send a letter out to Fox dismissing them.
Okay. Paul, how do you want to handle this?
Paul, if you're trying to talk, you are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. She's correct. Once the affidavit is submitted, ATS dismisses the case against the previous owner. It's just a mix-up in the way they do the paperwork. Yes, I agree that their authority to transfer the liability from Fox Rent-A-Car to the driver was insufficient, but they have dismissed the case already against Fox. Basically, the issue was not completed.
Okay, so then I'll amend my order that from it being upheld against Fox Rent-A-Car to being dismissed against Franklin Falero due to the fact that the transfer was legally insufficient. So Mr. Falero has no legal or financial responsibility in this matter. Somebody should probably notify Fox Rent-A-Car of the requirement for that affidavit in case they have future cases, or also ATS. Can we call the next case, please?
Page 3, item number 9, notice number 172-2000-254068. Chandler Philip Irvin. This was paid in full on November 11th, 2020. Page 3, item number 10, notice number 172-1900-217134. Natasha Alina Kabar, and no one is present.
Citation 1721900217134. I reviewed the video in this case. It occurred in the intersection of eastbound Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. And this car is registered to Natasha Kabir. Based on my experience, I believe this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Kabir has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900217134, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 3, item number 14, notice number 1721900300500, Jolene Washington, and no one is present.
on this citation, which occurred June 29th, and in the intersection of Brandon Town Center and Brandon Boulevard. The car did enter the intersection well after the light turned red and is registered to Jolene, Washington. I believe this is a violation of state statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Washington has failed to appear. I find that a notice number 1721900300500, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Item number 15, notice number 1721900303306. Alex Kurt Bayless, and no one is present.
I did review this case, and it did occur July 1st, 2019, in the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. This vehicle did enter that intersection after it turned red, and it is registered to Alex Bayless. In my view, it was a violation of state statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Alex Bayless has failed to appear. I find that a notice number 1721900303306, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
3, item number 16, notice number 1721900306226, Nicole Mona Trailer. This has been paid in full as of November 11th, 2020. Page 4, item number 18, notice number 1721900320276. Nathaniel Theodore Waller, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case in full. It occurred July 14th, 2019, in the intersection of Waters Avenue and Anderson Road. It was a violation of state statute. It is in the registered names of Nathan Waller and Terrence Waller. And I do believe this was a violation of Florida state statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Mr. Waller has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900320276, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 4, item number 19, notice number 1721900332719. Alice Marie Merriweather, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case. It occurred on July 24th, 2019, in the intersection of Waters Avenue and Dale Mabry. And I believe this vehicle is registered to an Alice Merriweather, and it is a violation of Florida state statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Merriweather has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900332719, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 4, item number 20, notice number 1721900362690. Alice Marie Merriweather, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case as well. This one occurred on August 14th, 2019 at 6:44 a.m. at the West Waters Avenue and Dale Mabry intersection. Again, that vehicle entered that intersection 0.88 seconds into it being red. It is registered to Alice Merriweather. I do find that that is a violation of Florida state statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Merriweather has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900362690, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 4, item number 21, notice number 1721900335670. Barbara Ward Gorey, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case that occurred on July 25th, 2019 at the West Waters Avenue and Anderson Road. That vehicle did enter the intersection 0.6 seconds into a red light. It is registered to Barbara Gorey. This is in violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Gorey has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900335670, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 4, item number 22. Notice number 1721900351156, Barbara Ward Gorey, and no one is present.
This case occurred about a week later than the first one she did, or whoever was driving that vehicle. It did occur again in the same intersection, West Waters Avenue and Anderson Road. The light was red for 0.7 seconds, and it is registered again to Barbara Gorey. That is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Gorey has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900351156, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 4, item number 23, notice number 1721900342353, Kira Renee Jones, and no one is present.
In reviewing this case, July 30th, 2019, at the Ace Fletcher Avenue in Bruce B. Downs, that vehicle entered the intersection 0.9 seconds after it turned red, and it is registered to Kyra Renee Jones. It is a violation of state statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Kyra Renee Jones has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900342353, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 4, item number 24, notice number 1721900342627, Gerald Lee Whiteside, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case that occurred July 31st in the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. The vehicle entered after it turned red into the intersection. It is registered to Gerald Whiteside. This is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Mr. Whiteside has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900342627, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 5, item number 25, notice number 1721900345018, Michael Terry Stevens, no one is present.
I reviewed this case that occurred August 1st, 2019 in the intersection of West Waters Avenue and Dale Mabry. This vehicle did enter the intersection after it turned red, and it is a Honda registered to Michael Stevens or Alicia Jose. It is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Mr. Stevens has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900345018, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 5, item number 26, notice number 1721900350307, Susan Kimberly Baldwin, no one is present.
I reviewed this case that occurred on August 5th, 2019 in the Bell Shoals in Bloomingdale intersection, which they entered on a red light. The Dodge pickup in this case is registered to Susan Baldwin, and it was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Baldwin has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900350307, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 5, item number 29, notice number 1721900356486. Ordalis Rosado, and no one is present.
I reviewed this case. It occurred August 9th, 2019 at that Waters Avenue and Dale Mabry Highway intersection. The vehicle did enter on a red light into the intersection. It was a blue Kia registered to Ordalis Rosado. It was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Ordalis Rosado has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900356486, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 5, item number 30, notice number 1721900357237, Tara Lee Prostich, and no one is present.
Got out of, what number was that? The item number.
Item number 30.
Okay. All right. This case what occurred on August 9th, 2019 in the intersection of East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. There was a blue Infiniti that did enter into the intersection after the light turned red, and it was registered to a Tara Lee Kostich. It was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Ms. Kostich has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900357237, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 5, item number 31, notice number 1721900359407, Daryl Smith. This was a transfer of liability from EAN Holdings, LLC.
This case, I did review. It occurred August 11th, 2019 at Brandon Town Center, West Brandon Boulevard. The vehicle did enter into the intersection on a red light. It was a main tag on a black Suburban, which is registered to Ian Holdings. In the paperwork, there is something that transfers it to Daryl Smith from ATS. And it was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Okay, in this particular case, EAN Holdings, LLC, has properly submitted the affidavit allowing ATS to transfer liability on their behalf. So with that said, Daryl Smith has failed to appear. He is still responsible for the notice of violation. I find that notice number 1721900359407, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 5, item number 32, notice number 1721900361254, Makisha Luani Allard, and no one is present.
This incident occurred on August 13th, 2019 in the intersection of East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. The vehicle did enter into the intersection on a red light. It was a Toyota registered to a Makisha Allard, and it was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Makisha Allard has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900361254, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 6, item number 33, notice number 1721900364183. Somuria, Coachella, Stanley and no one is present.
This incident occurred on August 15th, 2019 in the intersection of East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Dance Boulevard. There was a blue Dodge that entered into the intersection after it turned red. It was registered to a somateria statin, and it is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Somateria statin has failed to appear. I found that in notice number 1721900364183, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 6, item number 34, notice number 1721900366196, Corey Kenyon Ra, and no one is present.
This violation occurred on August 16th, 2019 at the Bell Shoals and the Bloomingdale intersection. There was a black Ford that entered that intersection after it turned red, and it was registered to a Corey Rock. It was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Corey Rack has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900366196, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 6, item number 36, notice number 1721900384967, Christopher Patrick Porter. This was paid in full November 12th of 2020. Page 6, item number 40, notice number 1721900387713, Joshua Adam Crosby, and no one is present.
In this case, it did occur on Brandon Town Center Drive and Brandon Boulevard, but I feel it should be noted the registered owner became deceased as of November 1st of this year, just about 12, 13 days ago. It was a violation, but the registered owner is no longer with us.
So are you suggesting we go forward with this case, Corporal?
Suggest you end it.
Okay. I find in notice number 1721900387713, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Page 7, item number 41, notice number 1721900392978, Lords Narvaez, paid in full on October 19th of 2020. Page 7, item number 42, notice number 1721900393547, Denise Diane Battle, no one is present.
On this case, incident September 3rd, 2019 at the Brandon Town Center Drive and Brandon Boulevard, there was a Jeep that entered the intersection after it turned red, and that Jeep was registered to Denise Battle. It was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Denise Battle has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900393547, based on testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 7, item number 45, notice number 1721900401530. Michael Donnell Williams, and no one is present.
On this violation on September 10th, 2019, it was at Sly Avenue in Havana. Havana. And it was a white Chevy that entered the intersection after it turned red. And the Chevy is registered to Michael Williams. This is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Mr. Williams has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900401530, based on testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Page 7, item number 46, notice number 1721900411901. Dorothy McConico, no one is present.
On this violation, September 17th, 2019, there was a Jeep that entered the intersection after it turned red, and it is registered to Dorothy McConico. Once again, in this case, the registered owner is deceased, but I do not know the date of her when she passed. And do with as you choose on this one.
I find that notice number 1721900396011, based on the testimony of evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Page 7, item number 47, notice number 1721900414020. Jose Calderon Mendez, and no one is present.
On this violation, September 18th, 2019, at the Waters and Dale Mabry intersection, there was a vehicle that entered the intersection well after it was red, 1.3 seconds. And the vehicle is registered to a Jose and Anna Calderon, Jose Melendez and an Anna Calderon. It was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1 Charlie 1.
Jose Calderon Melendez has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900414020, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
7, item number 48, notice number 1721900419920. David Lindgren Parker, paid in full November 5th of 2020. And this concludes the 9 a.m. session.
Okay, before we go in recess, I want to go back to item number 42, make sure that I read the right notice number. That was notice number 1721900393547, Denise Diana Battle. I was told by the corporal that the registered owner has deceased, so we dismissed that case. Just wanted to make sure I read the right notice number. Also, item number 44. What happened with that one?
Denise Battle is not deceased. Not on that one.
Okay, which one did you say was deceased then?
Yeah, 46 is deceased, and then the young man, I believe it was like 28. Number 40. Okay.
All right. So number 42, Denise Diana Battle. That one I upheld, right?
I would hope so. Yes, but she is definitely not deceased.
All right. My mistake. For item number 42. Notice number 1721900393547, Denise Diana Battle. She failed to appear, and that one is upheld. And then in item number 46, notice number 1721900411901, Dorothy McConico. That individual is deceased, and that case is dismissed. Is that correct, Corporal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So I apologize for my mistake. What did we do with number 44? Shane Sharaf.
I apologize. Page 7, number 44, notice number 1721900398652. I do apologize. Shane Sharon Rowan, he did appear, however, he had to leave, so he left to pick up his daughter. So no one is present.
Goodness. Okay. This incident occurred September 9th, 2019 at the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. There was a Hyundai that entered that intersection tight, but 0.1 seconds after it turned red. That was registered to a Shane Ronan or a Donna Seroff. It was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751 Charlie 1.
Okay. If he left to go pick up his daughter, I think, in all fairness, that we should probably allow him to continue this case. Paul, any issues with allowing him to be continued without him being here?
You may continue it, or they can send notice to him again, asking if he wants to continue it, or
Okay, Sonia, I don't want anybody to have to choose. I don't want everybody to have to choose between picking up their daughter from school or wherever they're located and defending themselves in a hearing. So why don't we do the proper thing here and just notice him that if he likes to continue the case and come back, we'll set it on a date and time that's convenient for both the county and him.
I'll take note of that.
Okay, very good. No other cases for the 9 a.m. agenda?
There are no other cases for the 9 a.m. session. I do apologize. So this does conclude the agenda for 9 a.m.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are in recess until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. I now call the meeting of the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate to order. Welcome to Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing for the red light camera enforcement appeals. When addressing the magistrate, please state your name, address, and speak clearly into the microphone. At this time, I will ask you to please silence all electronic devices. I'd like to announce the staff present today. Corporal Carissa M. Evans from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Morgan Spalding, Citizen Board Support. Sonia O. Rodriguez, Manager, Citizen Board Support. I am Dr. Thomas Santarlis, the Special Magistrate, appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to hear these appeals. Paul Johnston is the Senior Assistant County Attorney, and Michael Streeter is the Recording Secretary. The basic process for this hearing is as follows. Ms. Rodriguez will conduct the oath of witness. Corporal Carissa M. Evans from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office will make an opening statement that applies to all the appeals on the agenda. Your case will be announced, and you must come forward to the podium. Corporal Carissa M. Evans from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office will present the evidence on your case. You will be allowed to rebut that evidence and explain what you believe has occurred. I will close the hearing and announce the decision. I may ask questions and allow other witness testimony if necessary. By law, you also have 30 days from the date of my order to appeal my decision to the Circuit Court under Florida Statute 162.11. Any person who decides to appeal the decision of the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate with respect to any matter considered at this meeting will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is based. If you have any questions, these rules are outlined by Florida Statute 316.0083, the Mark Wandall Traffic Safety Program. Now, there are two potential outcomes in your case. One is that it could be dismissed. If you provide me with legally justifiable reasons to dismiss your case, I will dismiss it. I have no problem dismissing your case when there's proof indicating that you are not responsible for the allegation at hand. I have no allegiance to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, nor do I have an allegiance to you. I will be making a decision on a subjective basis. On an objective basis. That means whatever is presented to me in the form of testimony, video, still photography, or any other documents that you wish to submit. I have not seen your driving record. I have not seen any of the evidence prior to your case being called. In reference to your driving record, if your case is upheld, no points will be assessed to your driving record. Therefore, your insurance should not be affected. If you have a safe driving record, that will not be affected either. If your case is upheld, there are three ways to make a payment, and I'll make this blanket statement now for all the cases on the agenda. One option is online, and you can do that at www.violationinfo.com. The second option is by phone, and that phone number is 866-790-4111. That's 24/7, and there is a convenience fee for that service. Third option is by mail. It would go to Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners, Payment Processing Center, P.O. Box 742527, Cincinnati, Ohio 45274. For those of you who are appearing in person, there should be an information sheet at the podium outlining exactly what I just discussed. Please note there are no local venues to pay this fine, so that means you have to choose one of those three options. I'm also going to make a blanket statement that will appeal to all the cases on the agenda today. If your case is upheld, if I find that in your particular case, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld, I will order the violator to pay the red light penalty fine of $158 plus the administrative cost of $75. The total fine and cost of $233 must be paid within 30 days of this order. Failure to pay the outstanding fine will result in administrative hold with state of Florida, and you may not obtain a license plate or revalidation sticker for any vehicle you own until the past due amount is fully paid. So one outcome is it could be dismissed. If it's dismissed, you have no further legal or financial responsibility in this matter. The second option is it could be upheld. And if it's upheld, then everything I just read will apply to your particular case. Could we please move to the administration of oath to the defendants and the witnesses?
Those of you who will be giving testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, ma'am, in the back. Those coming in, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You understand, too. Yes. Okay. Thank you. You may be seated.
Corporal, go ahead with your opening statement.
My name is Corporal Carissa Evans. I'm employed by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff and certified by the state of Florida as a law enforcement officer. All of the red light violations that will be heard today were captured electronically with camera equipment maintained by American Traffic Solutions, ATS. Evidence of each violation will include 3 still images taken of the violating vehicle and may include a video. The following steps are taken after a violation is captured electronically. 1, ATS processes each violation by cropping and zooming in on one of the still images to accurately view the license plate of the vehicle. 2, the vehicle's registered owner's information is retrieved by ATS from the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, DHSMV. 3, images are initially reviewed by ATS pursuant to directives and conditions established by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to make an assessment whether a violation has occurred. If the violation does not meet the conditions established by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, it is rejected by ATS and no further action occurs. 4, ATS potential violations are forwarded to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, where a sworn law enforcement deputy reviews the images to determine if a violation has occurred. If the violation is rejected by the deputy, no further action occurs. 5, deputy approved violations cause ATS to issue a notice of violation to the registered owner of the vehicle. This notice is mailed via first-class postage to the address provided by DHSMV vehicle registration records. 6, Florida statutes provide that the owner of the violating vehicle is responsible and liable for paying the violation unless a properly prepared exemption affidavit is submitted within 60 days after the date of issuance of the notice of violation. 7, the registered owner has 60 days to pay the fine or to file an appeal of the notice of violation with ATS. ATS then sets the case for a hearing with the county, which is the proceeding here today. 8, the A first image shows the vehicle prior to crossing the stop bar while the traffic signal was red. The calculated speed the vehicle was traveling when approaching the intersection, the length of time the traffic light had been in the red phase at the time of the photo, and the lane number the vehicle was in. 9, the B second image shows the vehicle past the stop bar with the red light illuminated along with all the information provided in the A frame image. 10, the speed is calculated using a time distance equation as the vehicle passes over magnetic sensors in the roadway. 11, the camera systems are installed and maintained by ATS. Each camera system conducts a daily self-diagnostic test to ensure the components are operating properly. All of the data and information for these violations is from their equipment. At this time, I move into evidence for the purpose of each individual hearing today. 2 exhibits as business records of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. First, Exhibit A is the contractual agreement between ATS and HCSO. And second, Exhibit B is the business rules questionnaire between ATS and HCSO. These documents together establish the procedures through which ATS reviews and processes potential red light camera violations pursuant to the directives and conditions established by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
The exhibits have been accepted into evidence.
Case, page 9, item 59, notice number 172-1900-242231, LaQuail Powell Brown. Item 51, I'm sorry, excuse me.
For this? Please come forward. Please come forward.
Powell, 2400 67th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida.
LaQuail Powell,
2400 67th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Magistrate, I'd like to dismiss this after reviewing all of the evidence. The vehicle did come to a stop after the stop bar, but they did stop before entering into the intersection. And I don't feel that they caused any danger to anyone by doing this.
Corporal, thank you for your honesty. Ms. Brown, are you opposed to me dismissing this case?
No. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. I find that notice number 1721900242231, based on the testimony and evidence presented, the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Okay.
Next case, page 10, item 64, notice number 1721900365503, Racara Michelle Jackson. No one is present.
I'd also like to dismiss
All right,
this
we're
one.
gonna do the
The tag was
FTAs later.
completely unreadable. I'm not sure how this was even entered.
Corporal. Sonia, we're going to do the FTAs after everybody that's in attendance has their case heard.
Could you repeat that, sir?
We're going to hear the people in attendance first, and the FTAs, or failure to appear, will come after we've heard all the cases from the people that are sitting in the room.
Start back at 51. Okay. Next case, page 9, item 50, notice number 1721900225079, Stephen Von Nafton. Someone is present. Please step forward to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lofton.
State your name and address, please.
Hi. Yes, I'm Stephen Lofton, LOFTON, 7614 Colonial Court, Tampa, Florida.
Corporal, go ahead, please.
33615.
Citation 1721900225079. This violation occurred on 5/9/19 at 12:48 p.m. at the intersection of westbound West Waters Avenue at Anderson Road within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.7 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image, B, establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image, C, provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 187BA. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Mr. Stephen Lofton. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Lofton, do you have testimony today?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
Go ahead with it, sir.
Yes, as I was coming to that intersection, first of all, let me say I've been a driver for 46 years. I never had an accident. I worked for UPS for 30 years, and I have a CDL license, driving tractor trailers as well, so I can evaluate intersections pretty well. My bigger problem was at this time, it was more emergency vehicles behind me with lights on further back, and I felt like at the time I could evaluate the intersection well enough that it was safer for me to go through it, allowing them, the vehicle to travel through the intersection. So I went on through it with the opportunity for them to continue on through the intersection without me being sitting there.
Okay, Mr. Lofton, that would be one of the legally permissible reasons to dismiss your case. However, I have to have some supporting documentation to go along with your testimony. Did you happen to get a run sheet from whichever agency was running code indicating that they were there or close to the intersection on that date and time?
I wasn't instructed to do anything like that. I have no idea, Your Honor.
Okay. It's incumbent upon the respondent to provide the documentation to support their verbal testimony. Can you please show me, Sonia, the video again, and let's see if we can observe any lights reflecting on other vehicles in the area, or if there are other vehicles taking evasive measures? Mr. Lofton, when an emergency service vehicle has their lights on, if they're close by to other vehicles, many times the lights will reflect on the body of the vehicle or on the windows. I am looking at all the vehicles that are behind you. I don't see any reflection there. Do you see a reflection of emergency service lights in any
Further
vehicle?
back, Your Honor.
Okay. How much further back are we talking?
I would say, from the glance, when I glance my rear mirror, I would say like a football field, 40, 50 yards.
Okay. 40 or 50 yards is much different than 100, so about a half a football field?
Your Honor.
Okay. I also don't see any vehicles taking evasive actions to get out of the way. Corporal, do you want to weigh in on this?
I agree. I mean, I can appreciate, doing what you're supposed to and moving out of the way or feeling like you needed to get out of the way. But that is quite a bit of a distance. And like Your Honor said, I did not see anything that would indicate any emergency vehicles in the area at the time.
Mr. Lofton, I'm not disputing your testimony. I just don't have any corroborating evidence to support it. And unfortunately, if I don't have a run sheet or some kind of other testimony or written documentation, it's hard for me to arrive at the same conclusion that you're positing. Do you have anything that can help me to dismiss this case?
Just the opportunity to get the run sheet, where if you can tell me where I'm going to get it. I'm certain that it would be there. I know I don't make it up, and I didn't just come to that decision to run through it right quickly, looking around to see what was around. It was safer to do that than to sit there. So to get a run sheet to qualify what I'm saying, Your Honor, I don't know where I would get that. If you could tell me where I can go, I'd be more than happy to do that.
I understand. You would have to go to the agencies in the local jurisdiction, whether it's EMS or the sheriff's office or local city police department, and bring in the date and time that you're looking for and see if they'll provide you with that run sheet. You may have to submit a subpoena in order to get it, but that would be incumbent upon you to do that. I don't have a problem continuing this case for you so that we get it right. If you want to continue it to our next scheduled hearing date, I'm okay with that, but that means that you would have to come back and go through this procedure again. Do you want to do that?
If that's the only option I have, absolutely, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Other than telling you about a run sheet, any other documentation that you can think of or that would support your testimony, that's something you're going to have to do on your own. You also have the right to secure legal counsel if you wanted to, but you're going to have to present your evidence next time you come up. So, Sonia, can we set this for the next scheduled hearing date, whenever that is, and let Mr. Lofton know, and we'll bring it back again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lofton. Sonia Rodriguez will be in contact with you on the next hearing date, which we don't have one scheduled right now, but as soon as we get that, you'll be notified. And then you can bring in whatever evidence you like to support your testimony with.
Okay, thank you. Better in the mail is what you're saying?
Sonia, can you advise him, please?
You'll either receive a letter or a phone call from me once we have everything scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next case, page 9, item 53, notice number 172-1900-312273, Mark Anthony Santiago. Someone is present, please step forward to the podium.
Mark Santiago, 2574 Forest Run Court, Clearwater, Florida.
Zip code?
33761.
Citation 1721900312273. This violation occurred on 7/9/19 at 12:20 p.m. at the intersection of westbound West Waters Avenue at Anderson Road within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.3 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 3678IP. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the vehicle, the violating vehicle, is Mr. Mark Santiago. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer with the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Santiago, do you have testimony today?
It was raining that day, so I mean, the speed that I was going, I felt that if I would have stopped, my car would have skidded, so I just kept going. It would have been more of an issue if I would have slammed on the brakes, at that speed.
Sonia, can you put the still photography up, please? All right, so I believe the speed limit in that area was 45. Apparently you're traveling at 45. Corporal, would you like to address approaching intersection during inclement weather and the speed limit?
I mean, my only comment would be, especially during inclement weather, you need to be more cautious and actually probably slow down a little bit and be more aware of your surroundings. I mean, the light was, in the proper phases for long enough for you to be able to perceive that it was going to turn red, and you should have had enough time to stop.
So, Mr. Santiago, the speed limit is the maximum speed that you can go. But when you have inclement weather, you're expected not to be exceeding the speed limit, but driving even slower than that, especially approaching an intersection. It appears there is plenty of time for you to be able to stop your vehicle before entering the intersection on the red light. Do you have any further testimony?
Yeah, but like you said, it was like what, 0.3 seconds before it changed. So I mean, within those 3 seconds, I mean, it's like, I don't know, it was 0.3
Can you please
seconds.
speak
It was
into the mic?
0.3 seconds, like you said, right? It was 0.3 seconds before it turned red. I mean, within
No,
those
it's
3
much more than
seconds,
that.
you know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty.
What's the intersection
yeah.
there, Corporal? Can you put up the still photography again, please?
Dr. Centaulis.
Yes.
This is Paul Johnston. At the speed he was going and the 4.8 seconds plus the 0.3 seconds, he was approximately 336 feet away from the intersection when the light turned yellow.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Santiago, what Mr. Johnston was telling you through mathematics is that at that intersection, between the yellow light and a red light is 4.8 seconds. And then coupled with the 0.1 or 2 that you were referring to, you had almost 5 seconds to stop your vehicle. That's over a football field in length that you were traveling at that speed of 45 miles per hour. Is there any further testimony, sir?
Could you repeat that, Doctor?
What part?
The last part.
I don't know what you did or did not hear.
Just asking for further testimony.
Testimony, huh?
Mr. Santiago, is there any further testimony?
I don't, no.
Okay. Corporal?
I have nothing further.
Okay. I find that notice number 1721900312273, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Sir, there should be an information sheet on the podium for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, page 10, item 61, notice number 1721900354176. Rita Isabel Borges. Someone is attendance. Please step forward to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Rita Isabel Borges, 10501 North Ashley Street, Tampa, Florida, 33612.
Citation 1721900354176. This violation occurred on 8/8/19 at 9:06 a.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.3 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 8691JJ. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Rita Borges. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Borges, do you have testimony today?
Basically, I told that normally I stop when the light is yellow, and at that time I told I had chance to cross. And honestly, it surprised me when I received the notice on the mail, because I always carefully about intersection and lights. I really respect the law, And if you check my record, I don't think I have ever getting a ticket or a violation.
Well, ma'am, after watching the video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
I don't think I did it in the red line. I think it was yellow. I never crossed yellow, but at that time, I remember it was like 2-3 seconds that light normally don't allow driver cross. I think probably 2 cars is allowed to cross in that intersection.
Sonia, can you show the video in slow and demonstrate where her vehicle was when the light changed from yellow to red? So the light is yellow right now. Turned to red. Do you see her vehicle anywhere? Doesn't appear that your vehicle is even in the frame. If you'll hit the play button and see her vehicle now approaching and entering the intersection. Still red, and your vehicle is now entering the intersection. So after watching that video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
So I apologize if I did that, but I'm still confused about that.
Okay. Do you have any further testimony, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right, I find that in notice number 1721900354176, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, there's an information sheet on the podium for you.
Next case, page 10, item 65, notice number 1721900370149, Zonia Holgan Hall. Someone is present, please step forward to the podium.
Zonia Hall, 1945 Lakeview Road, Clearwater, 33764.
Citation 1721900370149. This violation occurred on 8/18/19 at 6:36 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Brandon Town Center Drive at West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.2 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle. 29902Z. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Zonia Hall. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075(1)(c)(1). Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Hall, go ahead with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Go ahead with your testimony, please.
I don't disagree with that. Unfortunately, as you could see from the video, there was a vehicle traveling very closely behind me. I didn't intentionally run a red light, but I had my very pregnant daughter in the car with me and a granddaughter. And my daughter was like, "Mom, that car's going to hit you if you stop." So I felt like I had no choice, and the intersection was clear enough for me to go on through.
Can I see a still photography, please? then the other photo. Are you referring to which vehicle, ma'am?
White Jeep.
Okay. And then can we please watch the video as well? Corporal, do you want to address this situation on people that are tailgating and what the driver's responsible for in front?
It does appear after the vehicles pass through the intersection that the Jeep is very close to you. But I believe that if you had anticipated and slowed down, knowing that you were approaching this intersection, that they would have done the same. I mean, I can't speak for what they would have done, but that's usually how it would work. If you slow down, they're going to slow down too, because they don't want to hit you. But it does not appear that they were actually, so close that they would have struck you while approaching the light. It looks like they did speed up a little bit afterward, though.
Well, we could see that they were approaching quickly. And like I said, I mean, I would have brought my daughter with me today to attest to that if that had been an option. I don't know if that's something to reschedule and bring further testimony or not, but again, I was concerned for her well-being, not to be in an accident.
Can I see the still photography, please, again? Just the first image. And then scroll down so I can see the top. Okay, so we had a runtime 0.2. Red light time. You're doing 22 on a 20. So your speed was relatively slow enough to be able to stop. In total was about 3.9 seconds from yellow to red. All right, any further testimony on either side?
Not unless it can be rescheduled to bring further witnesses, but yeah, I agree. I could have stopped. And like I said, my daughter was afraid that the car approaching quickly was going to rear end. So.
Were all occupants in the vehicle wearing seatbelts?
Always.
Okay. All right. Any further testimony?
Not today, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Thank you. I find that notice number 1721900370149, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ms. Hall, there's an information sheet on the podium there for you.
Next case, page 11, item 66, notice number 1721900375817, Al Grady Williams. Someone's in attendance. Please step forward to the podium.
Name and address, please.
Al Grady Williams, 6010 North Branch Avenue, Apartment B, Tampa, Florida, 33604.
Citation 1721900375817. This violation occurred on 8/21/19 at 8:29 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Bruce B. Downs Boulevard at East Fletcher Avenue within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 4 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.5 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, specialty tag B4JGH. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Mr. Al Williams. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Williams, do you have testimony?
I'll just say that, I'm on a fixed income. My children, they borrows my car a lot because their cars be in the shop. So I don't dispute it. So I just request a deduction, cheaper price.
Any further testimony?
No.
No, sir.
I find that notice number 1721900375817, based on the testimony that was presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Mr. Williams, do you need more time to make a payment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how much time would you need?
30 days at least.
Okay, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days. So a full and complete payment will be made by January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, sir?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do I need to get one of these?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Next case, page 11, item 67, notice number 1721900386665, Ratika Angelica Dominguez. However, Howard Shaver is attending virtually.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you raise your right hand?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name and address for the record.
6417 East McLaurin Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647.
And your name?
Howard David Shaver, Your Honor.
Relationship to this case?
I was the driver of the vehicle with permission of the owner.
Do we have a transfer liability on file? Corporal?
In reference to this case, I would request it be dismissed. It was simply just too close to call. For the record, there is no transfer of liability, but I still would like it dismissed.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I didn't decide yet.
Oh, excuse me.
Corporal, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. I find that notice number 1721900386665, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Thank you.
Sir, Ms. Dominguez has no further legal or financial responsibility in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, page 11, item 68, notice number 1721900408758. Vanessa Renee Busey Ross is attending virtually.
Hello.
Ms. Ross, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? State your name and address for the record.
My name is Vanessa R. Bussy Ross. Address is 34121 Spring Oak Trail, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33545.
Citation 1721900408758. This violation occurred on 9/15/19 at 12:30 p.m. at the intersection of westbound East Fletcher Avenue at Bruceby Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.7 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 2396PB. I've confirmed the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Vanessa Bussey Ross. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Ross, do you have testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead with it, ma'am.
I'm a caretaker of my husband who's a kidney patient. We were, to my recollection, either on our way to Florida Kidney, Dr. Sanders, or coming from. He is also an adrenal deficiency patient. He passes out when sitting up too long. And he's had 2 strokes since then and had a right leg amputation since this date, and a heart attack. I do his dialysis at home. At that time, he was passing out and vomiting, and I went through the light to pull over so that I can take care of him. My doctor submitted a letter for me as well to show that I do take care of him and that he is totally in my care.
Is it your testimony that there was a medical emergency and you were attempting to either call 911 or get him to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any documentation with you that'll corroborate your verbal testimony, match up to the date and time of the notice of violation that you went to the hospital?
Well, I did not go to the hospital, sir. I submitted a letter from my doctor because I'm his nurse. I take care of him. I do his dialysis here at home. I fully take care of him. So I did go through the light, pulled over, and proceeded to take care of him.
And when you say take care of him without violating any HIPAA things, what was the emergency that needed to be attended to?
I usually give him, he's on hydrocortisone medication. I usually have to inject him with that, take his blood pressure, make sure that it's not low enough that he's not having a stroke or it's not falling so low where I have to take him to the hospital to make sure that he's okay.
So it's your testimony.
Dr. Santarlis, I just sent you what she had submitted so you can review it.
You sent it to me how?
Email?
Okay. So, ma'am, it's your testimony that there was an emergency situation. You went through the light in order to get to a safe location to pull over and administer some type of aid to your husband, who you're a caretaker of?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what happened when you did that? Did you have to call for an ambulance or did you go off to the hospital?
No, I did follow through with calling my doctor and letting him know what was going on, and then proceeded on to home.
Okay. I just received that, by the way.
Since then, I don't drive him now. We do medical transport to get him to and from the doctors, although I still do his hemo home dialysis here at home.
Corporal, are you opposed to dismissing this case?
No, I'm not.
All right, I find that notice number 172190040 8758, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed. Ms. Ross, you have no further legal or financial responsibility in this matter, and I appreciate your patience since seeing that you came in this morning at 9 o'clock and it should have been called at 1:30. But thank you, ma'am.
Thank the court very much. I appreciate your time. Happy holidays.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Case page 11, item 69, notice number 172200001895, Ashkak C. Patel, appearing in person. Please step forward to the podium.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ashok Patel. Address is 18106 Antietam Court, Tampa, Florida 33647.
Okay. At this time, I would move for dismissal of this case based on the time it was just too close to call or tell.
Yeah, and Corporal, thank you for your honesty. I find that a notice number 172200001895, based upon the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Next case, page 11, item 72, notice number 17220000746998, Isha Erica Henry, attending in person. Please step forward to the podium.
Hello.
Name and address, please.
Yes, Aisha Henry, 305 East Adderley Street, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
I'd also like to move for dismissal of this one. It was another one that was just simply too close to tell.
I find that notice number 17220000746998, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed. Ms. Henry, you have no further legal or financial responsibility in this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 11, item 73, notice number 17220000781994, Daniel Alexander Serrano. Attending in person, please step forward to the podium.
I don't have any audio.
Name and address, please.
Greetings. My name is Daniel Alexander Serrano. My address is 11602 Shelby J. Drive, Riverview, Florida, 33579.
Citation 17220000781994. This violation occurred on 2/6/20 at 1:16 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Brandon Town Center Drive at West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.4 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the vehicle's license plate of the violating vehicle, HWR B19. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Mr. Daniel Serrano. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075, 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Serrano, go ahead with your testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was on my way to a doctor's appointment, and I know it's pretty irrelevant at this point, but as I was going through the intersection, I had my kid in the car, and I looked away for a split second, and by the time I looked back up, I was already crossing over. I'm guilty. I'm just trying to get either the charge dismissed, because currently I'm trying to apply to the Hillsborough Police Department, and this seems to be kind of a showstopper in a way, because I have a clean record, never done anything wrong. 22 years of military service, never done anything wrong. And but when I tried applying, they were like, hey, you know, traffic violations we take pretty seriously, so you need to go down there and try and get this taken care of. So figured I'd come down here, try and plead my case. But if you look at my driving record, like everybody else has said, you know, I'm clean. I never do this. It was just by freak accident. I took my eyes off the road, and there you go. Thank God I didn't get into an accident or anything, but you know, it is what it is. So that's it. That's all I got. I'm guilty.
Mr. Serrano, thank you for being honest. One of the issues in that intersection is this 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, and it appears your vehicle is traveling 33 on a 20. That's pretty fast for a high pedestrian and vehicular area. In reference to your driving record, I'm not going to assess any points on your record if this is upheld today, which means your insurance should not be affected. If you have a safe driving history, it will not be affected or altered in any way. One of the other benefits of a notice of violation, as opposed to being handed a citation roadside by a uniformed law enforcement officer, is that the fine, if assessed, would be about $100 less expensive than if they handed you a paper ticket. So no points, insurance shouldn't be affected, and there won't be a notation on your Florida driving record that there was a violation, as long as you take care of any fines that may be assessed. Do you have any further testimony today, sir?
No, just thank you for your time, and you know, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. That's it.
Okay, I find a notice number 1722000078194. Based on the testimony and evidence presented, the red light camera violation be upheld. Mr. Serrano, do you need more time to make a payment?
It depends on how much it is. I got to pay the court fees too?
Yeah, you elected to have an administrative hearing, so it's $233 within 30 days.
We need a little bit more time on that.
Okay, how much time would you need, sir?
January?
January, 60 days. Okay, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days. Your full payment is due on or before January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, sir?
No, that helps out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next case, page 12, item 74, notice number 17220001044495, Giovanni Innovation, Inc. Someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
Name and address, please.
Ami Rubin, 2707 Background Preserve Boulevard, Valorico, Florida, 33596. Deja Vu Innovation is my company.
Citation 1722000104495. This violation occurred on 2/25/20 at 5:38 PM at the intersection of northbound Bell Shoals Road at Bloomingdale Avenue within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, LLU K35. Confirm that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Deja Vu Innovations, Inc. I present these images, video, and the camera log record to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Sir, go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, I do. I was about to stop over there, but when I saw the car behind me, there's no chance I was stopping. Yes, I am guilty over there, but if I stop, I'm pretty sure the car behind me will hit me. So I didn't drive fast and drive as slow as I can.
Okay.
That's it.
Any further testimony?
No, sir.
Okay. I find that in notice number 1722000104495, based on testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Sir, there's an information sheet on the podium. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Next case, page 12, item 80, notice number 17220001415588, Tracy Keyworth Zogolia, attending virtually.
I'm here. It's Zuluaga. Oh, I need to Tracy Zuluaga, Zuluaga. I was unaware until today that my daughter.
Please raise your right hand.
I apologize.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
State your name and address.
Tracy Zuluaga. My current address is 604 Shady Nook Drive, Brandon, Florida, 33511. That was not the address at the time of the offense.
Can you please repeat that slowly?
The new address, 604 Shady Nook Drive, Brandon, Florida, 33511.
Citation 1722000141588. This violation occurred on 4/3/20 at 10:21 p.m. at the intersection of westbound East Fletcher Avenue at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 4 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.3 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 1555HE. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Tracy Zuluaga. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ma'am, do you have testimony today?
My daughter was driving my vehicle at the time. I was not aware until today that I was able to fill out a form to have this transferred to her.
The information for transfer liability was on the back of the notice of violation in the same area where you elected to schedule a hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I had given all of this to my daughter, thinking that this was being covered, and I was unaware, and I received notice that my court date was moved up from December 3rd to November 13th. She was unable to attend today virtually due to her work schedule.
Okay, understood. You're familiar with the statute that when there's not an affidavit transferring liability, that the registered owner is responsible for the notice of violation?
Well, I am today.
Okay. Any further testimony, ma'am?
No, sir. So I'm not able to transfer this to her at this time.
No, ma'am, you can't. There's a time limit, and we've far exceeded that at this juncture. If your case is upheld, obviously, you can look to her for whatever financial issues there would be, but under the statute, you'd be required to make any payment for any fine that's assessed.
Okay, sir.
All right. Sorry to hear that.
As am I.
All right. All right, so I find that notice number 1722000141588, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, do you need some more time to make a payment?
I suspect she will. If we could have an extra 30,
How many days? I'm sorry. Didn't hear you.
30 days, please.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and amend my order from 30 days to 90 days. Will that help you?
That would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, very good. But just remember, I know you're going to probably pass this on to her, and rightly so, but the statute is putting it on you. So if she doesn't make those payments, it'll come back to you.
Absolutely. I've been in contact with her today.
Okay, very good. Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Next case, page 13, item 83, notice number 17220001542219, Diane McKell Brown. Someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
Hello, my name is Diane Michael Brown.
Hi.
It is 4602 Claymore Drive, apartment 302, Tampa 33610.
Citation 1722000154219. This violation occurred on 5/6/20 at 5:30 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 3 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, specialty tag B6FXD. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Diane Brown. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Okay, Ms. Brown, we have a couple issues here. 1.1 seconds of a red light time on top of 4 seconds from yellow to red. So you had 5.1 seconds there. The speed limit in that area drops from 45 to 35 due to the John Knox's assistant living area. So it looks like you were approximately 20 miles over the speed limit. Please go ahead with your testimony.
I just asked for a court date because I needed more time. My son just got his learners and he was driving. I just needed more time to pay the ticket.
Okay. Any further testimony on either side?
One more time?
Any further testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, I find that notice number 1722000154219, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, you've requested more time. What, again, was the reason for that request?
My hours were cut during COVID, so I wasn't really working that much.
So you part-time now?
We're full-time again.
Okay. How much time would you need to make a payment, ma'am?
Maybe just an additional 30 days.
Okay, very good. I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days. The full amount must be paid on or before January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. There should be an information sheet on the podium giving you different ways to make a payment.
Next case, page 13, item 84, notice number 17220001587749, Rebecca Lee Purcell. Someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
Rebecca Purcell, 1803 Princeton Lakes Drive, Brandon, Florida, 33511.
Citation 1722000158749. This violation occurred on 5/14/20 at 12:59 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within the Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.2 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, AQIJ92. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Rebecca Purcell. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Purcell, go ahead with your testimony, please.
I believe that when I was going underneath the light, it was still yellow.
Can we show her the video and stop it when it changes to red? It's yellow right now. And then point to the red light and her vehicle, please. And you're not even up to the stop bar. Go ahead and hit play. And now your vehicle goes through the intersection. So after watching the video, do you believe you entered the intersection on a red light?
No.
Why?
You can't tell if it's yellow or red in the video.
Okay, can we watch the video again and put the cursor on the traffic light as it changes from yellow to red? It's yellow. It changes to red. Now your vehicle is going through. Did that help at all, Ms. Purcell?
No, you definitely can't tell.
Okay. Corporal, anything that you'd like to add?
No, sir.
All right, well, I was able to see the sequence of the light changing from yellow to red, and there was over 1.1 second of red time before you entered the intersection. Any further testimony, Ms. Purcell?
No.
Okay. All right, find that notice number 1722000158749, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. And there's an information sheet on the podium there. All right, I need a 5-minute recess, please. Thank you, everybody. We're back on the record. Could you please call the next case?
Next case, page 13, item 85, notice number 17220001605513, Jerry Rose Lewis. Someone's in person, please step forward to the podium.
Gary Rose Lewis, 19505 Quesada Avenue, Unit LL 204, Port Charlotte, Florida 33948.
Citation 17220001605513. This violation occurred on 5/16/20 at 1:53 p.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue within Hillsborough County, East Fletcher Avenue at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.2 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. Third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, specialty tag BA3JI. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Gary Lewis. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ma'am, do you wish to testify today?
Your Honor, my only testimony is I believe the light was yellow when I went through.
Could we please play the video and show her the sequence of the light changing? Okay, point to the light is red, and then your vehicle is still behind the stop bar. So after watching the video, do you believe you entered the intersection on the red light, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your honesty, ma'am. Any further testimony?
Sir.
All right, I find the notice number 17220001605513, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, do you need some more time to make a payment?
The 30 days will suffice, sir.
Okay, very good. There's an information sheet on the podium for you.
Next case, page 13, item 86, notice number 17220002222024, Roberto Martinez. Someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
My name is Roberto Martinez, 3915 West Broad Street, Tampa, Florida, 33614.
Citation 17220002222024. This violation occurred on 7/20/20 at 12:52 p.m. at the intersection of westbound West Waters Avenue at North Del Mabry Highway within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.5 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, Z587HM. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Mr. Roberto Martinez. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Mr. Martinez, do you have testimony today?
Sure don't. I just need some time to pay the amount. I just resumed back to work, so.
Okay. I find that notice number 1722000222024, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Sir, you requested more time. How much time do you need?
Roughly 60 to 90 days.
Okay, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days. Full payment is due by January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Case page 13, item 87, notice number 17220002400018, Cedric Bernard Alexander. Someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
Cedric Bernard Alexander, 13134 North 22nd Street, apartment 208, Tampa, Florida 33612.
Citation 1722000240018. This violation occurred on 8/5/20 at 8:15 a.m. at the intersection of eastbound East Fletcher Avenue at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 2 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.8 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, EWXW46. I have confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Mr. Cedric Alexander. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Sir, do you have testimony today?
No, it ain't gonna make a difference, man. We're gonna have to pay it. I didn't know my wife, she usually don't do nothing like that, but I need more time, sir. Because I know if she clicked that film, you in trouble. And if you don't, she didn't. But no, I'm gonna have to eat this. I'm gonna. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to eat it. But long story short, I'm gonna need more time, sir. Donnie, I know you don't use stuff like this, man.
Your wife was driving?
Yeah, but it ain't gonna make a difference now. I mean, it's money we got. You got to pay. She ain't never slept like that. But hey, ain't no excuse for none of us. So, you know, it is what it is.
Liability on file?
Just need more time, sir.
Could you repeat that, Doctor? Liability on file? Is there a transfer liability on file?
No, there's not.
Okay. All right. I find that notice number 1722000240018, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Mr. Alexander, when were you informed of this notice of violation?
Not even sure, sir. Like I said, ain't no explaining it. You know, we just, my wife don't usually slip like that, but we all, so we should have paid it then because it's extra money. You know, she got a health issue, but that's another story. And then she was going to get her thing, and that ain't going to change it because you don't found me guilty. But I got one good question.
for Bot Floyd and Bruce B. Downs. It's just something I want to bring to the courts, because I live out of that area. You can turn right on certain, right in that four-way, you can turn right like from Hooters and Walgreens. And then sometimes, it scares me, because I don't want no ticket. I ain't got no money to begin nobody, not free money anyway. So you can turn right there and cross the street at Dunkin' Donut Marathon. You can't. And cross the road, you can't by USF. I mean, it's kind of, as a consumer, as a person, with that's complete running. And me and her gonna probably, we're gonna be at it about that, because I want to see it. That's why I came to fight it. But what I want to know is why is it a double?
Sir. How much time do you need to make a payment, sir?
90 days,
Hello?
man. Please, 90 days.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to amend my order to waive the administrative costs of $75 and change it from 30 days to 90 days. So $158 will be due on or before February 11th, 2021. Will that help you, sir?
No, but you know what? It's just something to come in here and witness this, to see everything, and just to, let the government know what we see out here and with this, because I know they're pretty accurate, but if they that accurate, why they can't get a something for a virus, but they can get pictures and stuff, it just make you think in this world. That's all I want to bring attention. No, I want to just let them know that. And thank y'all, and thank you for doing that. But yeah, I don't understand why it's a double standard at that intersection like that. And people
right,
sometimes, like other people say, you don't know.
Sir.
Could you repeat that, Doctor?
There's an information sheet on the podium for you, sir.
Next case, page 13, item 88, notice number 1722000246494, Latoya Vanilla Lovett. Someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
Hello. 12304 Hawkeye Point Place, Riverview, Florida, 33578. Latoya Verlina Lovett. You do not have to roll the tape. I am the owner of the vehicle. It is a Nissan Sentra. I saw the video online. My daughter, I'm the parent that got stuck helping her with the car. So I'm not the driver, but I am the registered owner of the vehicle. I'm just here because of the fee, and that's it. But I don't want points on my license for, her bad driving, and I've rebuilt the car from her. So.
Go ahead, Corporal.
Thank you. Citation 1722000246494. This violation occurred on 8/10/20 at 6 p.m. at the intersection of northbound Brandon Town Center Drive at West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.3 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. It's red. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, NJNL17. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Latoya Lovett. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ma'am, do you have any further testimony?
I'm just the mom who got stuck on the lease with the kid on the tag. So there's nothing else to say. The car's parked now. I just wanted to make sure that my insurance and my points and everything, I'm not impacted because I don't even drive the vehicle. My car's out here. But I kind of got just the worst.
All right. I find that notice number 1722000246494, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, in reference to your question, there's no points assessed to your driving record. Your insurance should not be affected, and your safe driving record, if you have one, will also not be affected. Do you need more time to make a payment?
Yes, that's fine. That'll be good.
How much time do you need, ma'am?
It would be due in 30 days. January, I think 12th, after the holidays would be good.
Okay, very good. I'll amend my order from 30 days to 60 days, so full payment is due on January 12th, 2021. Will that help you, ma'am?
Yes, what about the administrative costs?
No, you elected to have a hearing today, so that stays in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next case, page 13, item 89, notice number 1722000251056, Alyssa Marie Jordan, someone's in attendance, please step forward to the podium.
My name is Alyssa Marie Jordan, 2222 South Spring Glade Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33613.
Citation 1722000251056. This violation occurred on 8/15/20 at 4:21 p.m. at the intersection of westbound West Waters Avenue at North Delmarva Highway within Hillsborough County. The first image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 1 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 1.1 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, 3011UL. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Alicia Jordan. I present these images, video, and camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075(1C1). Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ms. Jordan, do you see the pedestrian there as you were making your left-hand turn?
The pedestrian?
Yes. Can you show the tape again, please? That's why it's very, very important for vehicles to stop at the red light. Go ahead with your testimony, ma'am.
I didn't see the video before today. I didn't read this thoroughly, but I see that I have run the red light. So the only thing that I'm going to ask is, basically, we were going to the mall and I was with 3 of my friends and I felt like I was going a little too fast to stop. So that was the only reason I kept going. But yeah, I just got back to work from COVID and found out that I'm getting terminated for one of my other jobs. So if I can get a little bit of an extension on the ticket, that would be great.
Thank you for being blatantly honest. I appreciate that, ma'am. I find that in notice number 1722000251056, based on the testimony evidence presented, the red light camera violation be upheld. Ma'am, how much time do you need?
The 60 days would be fine.
60 days? Is that what you said?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 90 days. It'll be due on February 11th, 2021. Will that help you, ma'am?
A lot. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for being honest.
Next case, page 14, item 90, notice number 17220002619949, Mo Kanisha Altivia Carter. Someone's present, please step forward to the podium.
My name, Monisha Carter, 2415 South 68th Street, Tampa, Florida, 33619.
Citation 17220002619949. This violation occurred on 8/27/20 at 12:52 p.m. at the intersection of North Bruce B. Downs Boulevard at East Fletcher Avenue within Hillsborough County. First image A shows that the vehicle was in the number 5 lane as it approached the intersection. The traffic signal was in the red phase for approximately 0.2 seconds prior to the vehicle crossing over the stop bar. The second image B establishes that the vehicle continued into the intersection without stopping. The third image C provides a close-up shot of the license plate of the violating vehicle, GGHQ79. I've confirmed that the registered owner of the violating vehicle is Ms. Monisha Carter. I present these images, video, and the camera log report to the court as a deputy sheriff of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida. Based on these items, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1. Accordingly, we submit this violation and the exhibits to the court for adjudication.
Ma'am, do you have testimony today?
Do I have what?
Do you have any testimony today?
She replied no.
Do you have anything you want to say about this case, ma'am?
No.
Okay. All right, find that in notice number 17220002619949, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld. Ms. Carter, do you need some more time to make a payment?
Yes, please.
How much time would you need?
At least 90 days, because from my understanding, I got 2 more red light tickets. It's like 3 light tickets, and I don't got money to pay one on.
Are you working full-time, ma'am?
No.
Are you working part-time?
3-year-old son that I'm taking care of, and I was just working at a disabled day program that got closed down, so I'm not working at all.
You're not employed? Okay. All right, so I'll amend my order from 30 days to 90 days. That means your payment will be due in full by February 11th, 2021. Will that help you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, there's an information sheet on the podium for you.
Next case, page 14, item 91, notice number 172200263150, Jean Marie Shanashwanian. She is attending virtually.
Shanasarian.
Jean, are you there? We're currently muted and with your camera off. Can you hear us, Jean?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we have you now.
Okay. My video's on. Can you hear me? Correct? Hi. I'm Jean Shanazarian.
Please raise your right hand.
Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
I'm Jean Shanazarian, 3414 West Linebaugh Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33618.
I would like to request this be dismissed. The vehicle did stop after the stop bar and before the crosswalk and did not follow through the intersection, so.
Okay. Ms. Shanasarian, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, Shanazarian, yes.
All right. All right. Are you opposed to me dismissing this case?
I am not opposed to you dismissing this case.
Okay. All right. So I find the notice number 1722000263150 based on testimony and evidence presented that the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you have no further legal or financial obligation in this matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Please go back to page 9, item 52, notice number 172190029. Oh, I'm sorry about that. No one else is present.
Okay, seeing that there are no respondents present for the remaining cases on the 1:30 p.m. agenda, we'll now proceed with the hearings in absentia. The petitioner is directed to respond to each case being called and put forth a motion for it to be upheld or dismissed based upon her evaluation of the evidence that she has reviewed. If I grant the petitioner's motion for the case to be upheld, I will order the registered owner of the vehicle to pay the red light camera penalty fine of $158 plus the administrative cost of $75. The total fine and cost of $233 must be paid within 30 days of such order. Failure to pay the fine and cost will result in administrative hold with the state of Florida, and the registered owner may not obtain a license plate or revalidation sticker for any vehicle owned by the registered owner until the past due amount is fully paid. If I reject the petitioner's motion for the case to be upheld or accept the petitioner's motion to dismiss, then the red light camera notice of violation will be dismissed. The registered owner will then have no financial or other responsibility regarding that specific notice of violation. Corporal, in these cases where the respondent is FTA, failed to appear, you don't need to present all of the evidence. All you have to do is just announce the case and then make a statement that you either believe that they violated Florida statute or you believe that they did not, and consequently would like a dismissal. Because they are not here to present any evidence, your evidence will supersede, and we'll make a decision thereon. Can you please call the next case?
Page 9, item 52, notice number 1721900298480, Timothy Christian Mowry. This case has been paid in full on 11/10/2020. Next case, page 9, item 54, notice number 1721900312802, Johnny Joe Felix. No one is in attendance.
Citation 1721900312802. Violation occurred on 7/9/19 at 6:35 p.m. at East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and the camera log, I find these items are in violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Johnny Felix has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900312802, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 9, item 55, notice number 1721900321969, Mitchell Kogi. This is transferred liability from EAN Holdings LLC. No one is in attendance.
Citation 1721900321969 occurred on 7/16/19 at 8:49 a.m. at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard and East Fletcher Avenue within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find these items, the that there is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Mr. Kogi has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900321969, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 9, item 56, notice number 1721900326901, Asmara Maria Reyes. This case has been paid in full, 11/4/2020. Next
And what was that
case,
number
page
again?
9, item,
No, that was number 56. Okay.
next case is page 9, item 57. Notice number 1721900328907, Crystal Marie Peoples. This case has been paid in full, 10/28/2020. Next case, page 10, item 58, notice number 1721900329491, Catalin Michelle Glenn. No one's in attendance.
Citation 1721900329491. This violation occurred on 7/21/19 at 2:44 p.m. at the intersection of Brandon Town Center Drive and Brandon Boulevard. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Okay. Catalin Glenn has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900329491, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 10, item 59, notice number 1721900336546, Jacoby Eugene Malik Jackson. No one's in attendance.
Citation 1721900336546. This violation occurred on 7/26/19 at 3:41 p.m. at East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find that this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C.
Mr. Jackson has failed to appear. I find that in notice number 1721900336546, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 10, item 60, notice number 1721900342924, Demetria Vanetta Shellman. No one's present.
Citation 1721900342924. This violation occurred on 7/31/19 at 2:31 p.m. at Brandon Town Center Drive at West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the image and the camera log report, I find this a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Dr. Santarlis, we're not hearing you. Can you check your phone? We aren't hearing you. Can you check your phone? No sound. So, Dr. Santarlis, you need to check your phone. You need to check your phone, sir.
Hello?
Can you hear us, Doctor?
Yes, there we go. Okay. Miss Demetra Shellman had failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900354176. Sorry, that's the wrong case number. Demetra Shellman. I find that notice number 1721900342924, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 10, item 62, notice number 1721900356080, Emmanuel Stiphill. No one's in attendance.
Citation 1721900356080. This violation occurred on 8/9/19 at 11:39 a.m. at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard at East Fletcher Avenue within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find this was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Mr. Stiphill has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900356080, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 10, item 63, notice number 1721900359621, Ramona Elizabeth Forbes. No one's in attendance.
Citation 1721900359621. This violation occurred on 8/11/19 at 6:29 a.m. at Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find this was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Ms. Forbes has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900359621, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 10, item 64, notice number 17219003656 5502 Ricara Michelle Jackson. No one's in attendance.
Your Honor, in reviewing this, the tag is simply unreadable. I would like to ask for dismissal.
Okay, I find Ricara Jackson has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1721900365503, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be dismissed.
Next case, page 11, item 70, notice number 17220000222416, Patricia Ross Shavers. This case has been paid in full, 11/12/2020. Next case, page 11, item 71, notice number 17220000260052, Aim Rose Cooper. No one's in attendance.
Citation 17220000260052. This violation occurred on 12/20/19 at 3:05 p.m. The intersection of Bell Shoals Road and Bloomingdale Avenue. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Am Cooper has failed to appear. I find that notice number 17220000260052, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 12, item 75, notice number 17220001260076, Tanisha Marie Foster. This case has been paid in full, 10/22/2020. Next case, page 12, item 76, notice number 17220001320066, Shanice Alicia Lomique A. Williams. No one's in attendance.
Citation 17220001320066. This violation occurred on 3/14/20 at 5:08 p.m. The intersection of Brandon Town Center Drive and West Brandon Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the image and camera log, I find this is a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Ms. Williams has failed to appear. I find that notice number 17220000132066, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 12, item 77, notice number 17220001360026, Carolyn Amy Amundson. No one's in attendance.
17220001360026. This violation occurred on 3/19/20 at 9:22 p.m. at East Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find there was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.0751C1.
Ms. Amundson has failed to appear. I find that notice number 17220000136026, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 12, item 78, notice number 17220001360067, Joseph Glenn Castro Jr. No one's in attendance.
Notice 17220001360067. This violation occurred on 3/19/20 at 11:03 p.m. the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, find that there was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1.
Mr. Castro Jr. has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1722000136067, based on the testimony evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 12, item 79, notice number 17220001400978, Jarvis Clark. No one's in attendance.
Notice 17220001400978. This violation occurred on 4/2/20 at 1:41 p.m. at Bruce B. Downs Boulevard and Fletcher Avenue within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find there was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1.
Gervais Clark has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1722000140978, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 12, item 81, notice number 17220001459444, Arthur Lee Leonard. No one's in attendance.
Notice 1722000145944. This violation occurred on 4/16/20 at 2:47 p.m. The intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Bruce B. Downs Boulevard within Hillsborough County. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find this a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1.
Mr. Leonard has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1722000141588, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
Next case, page 13, item 82, notice number 172200014828, Daniel Jerome Davis. No one's in attendance.
Notice 1722000148278. This violation occurred on 4/22/20 at 10:14 a.m. at the intersection of Bruce B. Downs Boulevard and Fletcher Avenue. Based on the images, video, and camera log, I find this was a violation of Florida State Statute 316.075 1C1.
Mr. Davis has failed to appear. I find that notice number 1722000148278, based on the testimony and evidence presented, that the red light camera violation be upheld.
This concludes the 1:30 agenda.
Okay, and we are adjourned until the next scheduled hearing date. Sonia, do we have one yet?
No, sir. As soon as we get it, you will know.
Okay, very good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.